Yunxiao's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a watermelon. Mu Wanshan, on the other hand, looked ashamed and angry. His cheeks were hot, and his eyes were red. He stood in the crowd and couldn't help but cry. This buy-in. Yunxiao finally understood what was going on. He immediately refused. No, I can't agree to this. Mu Wanshan was stunned. His heart rippled slightly as he thought to himself, did he not know all along? Ah, it's just a temporary measure. We'll talk about the details later, Mu Jie hurriedly said. Yunxiao refused firmly. Young Master Yun, the arrow is already on the bow, and we have no choice but to fire it, Mu Zhuang said. With Wanshan's talent, it's not impossible for him to match you. If you don't want to get through this, it'll only damage his reputation. Even if you don't agree now, Wanshan's reputation has been damaged. You can't let her sacrifice her reputation for nothing, Mu Yu said. Mu Wanshan's eyes turned red. He finally couldn't hold back his tears and said, it turns out that I've wronged you before. You don't need to feel burdened. I was willing to do this. For the sake of the clan, this little sacrifice is nothing. You're good, Mu Jie, Yun Xiao said angrily. You acted first and reported later. You only told me when the arrow is already on the bow. How can everything in the world be as one wishes? One must choose the bigger picture. Mu Zhuang sighed. You can settle this matter yourself. Yun Xiao snorted angrily. After the martial arts duel, I have nothing to do with your Mu family anymore. Seeing that he was in a fit of anger, Mu Jie didn't say much and directly ordered to set sail, saying, go to Luofu Island. The building they were in suddenly trembled. Yun Xiao frowned, only to find that the building was growing taller, and two legs were stretching out from below, like a robot. The puppet's knees bent slightly, and it suddenly jumped up. With a boom, it charged into the fog and quickly arrived above the sea. The puppet then extended its hands and performed a simple incantation gesture. Several formations appeared on its huge body, and it disappeared from the sea in a flash. Yun Xiao immediately found that it was dark all around him, and he had entered a spatial portal. A puppet with its own teleportation formation? How is this possible? He had never heard of anyone carving a teleportation array on their body and teleporting them away. Ha ha ha. Young Master Yun, what do you think of the MU family's mobile mecha? Mu Zhuang laughed. A mobile machine? Yun Xiao asked. It was unique and domineering. I still don't understand why we can enter the spatial tunnel directly. This space passage has always existed, Mu Zhuang explained. For the sake of safety, Heavenspan Island didn't have any teleportation formations to prevent foreign enemies from breaking through the passage. The entrance to the spatial passage was hidden in the sky above the sea. Just now, the mobile suit found the entrance and entered directly. So, this is a one-way teleportation? Yun Xiao asked. Is it a one-way teleportation? That's right. The biggest transfer island to the hidden aristocratic families is the Big Wheel Island near the natural moat. It's a special teleportation island, and it leads to almost all the hidden sections. Big Wheel Island. Yun Xiao immediately understood that if he wanted to go to the natural moat cliff, he had to go through the transit point of Big Wheel Island. Mu Zhuang said, the martial arts competition will be held on Luofu Island. It's dead silent and lifeless. The environment is extremely harsh. The rock formations are very firm. It's the most suitable place for the martial arts competition. Yun Xiao nodded, then continued to sit cross-legged and meditate to restore his strength, turning a deaf ear to what was happening outside. Mu Wanshan bit her red lips. When she saw that he was not looking at her, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, a trace of disappointment suddenly appeared in her heart, which made her quite surprised. The mobile engine was very stable in the tunnel, but it sacrificed a certain amount of speed, and it took several hours to rush out of the tunnel. A clear sea appeared, with many black spots floating in the sky. They were all kinds of warships, constantly rising and falling from Big Wheel Island. The mobile mechanical puppet made another hand seal, and its body suddenly rushed forward. It retracted its legs, like a huge fireball crossing the sky, and fell to the Big Wheel Island. There seemed to be no defense on the island, and the fireball fell directly on one end of the island, causing flames to shoot up into the sky, but they were quickly extinguished. Inside the defensive barrier, Xianxia and the others were not affected at all. They could only feel a slight tremor. I remember that the defense of this island is extremely strong, Xianxia said in surprise. Why can the mobile suit fall directly and cause such a big commotion? Young Master Yun, you've been to this island before? Mu Zhuang asked in surprise. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, I've been here. He didn't say anything more. This island's defense is indeed very strong, and the people from the natural moat ocean are in charge of it. After all, this is the biggest transit point of the entire hidden sect, so we can't afford to be careless. However, when the mobile armors came out of the passage, they had already contacted the guards of this island, so they opened the defense and let us land. I see, Xianxia said with a sudden realization. Mu Jie laughed. Although Big Wheel Island is huge, every inch of land is like gold. This landing area is our Mu family's exclusive land. We have to pay 3 billion mid-grade primordial stones to rent it every year. So many? Xianxia was surprised. So many? Just renting out the land of Big Wheel Island would make you as rich as a country. At a glance, the entire island was tens of thousands of acres wide. Haha, not all sects rent land. Mu Jie laughed. The main income of Big Wheel Island comes from the teleportation fee. The advantage of renting land is that you can waive the teleportation fee. The mobile mechanical suit stood up from the ground, spread its legs, and walked forward toward the other end of Big Wheel Island. Xianxia spread out his divine sense and immediately covered the entire island. There were thousands of arrays scattered on the island, and hundreds of thousands of people were coming and going. It seemed that the number of hidden sects was more than he had expected. They were probably equivalent to half of the heavenly Martial continent. The mobile mecha soon arrived in front of a huge teleportation array, large enough to accommodate its huge body. In front of the formation, there were more than 10 guards nervously arranging primordial stones. One of them shouted, Hurry up! It's the people of the MU family. They're heading to the Luofu Island. The mobile mecha walked into the center of the formation, and very quickly, the commander shouted, Destination Luofu Island. The cost is 95 million medium-grade primordial stones. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge array emitted a burst of white light, which swallowed the mobile machine and immediately disappeared from the Big Wheel Island. The scene around Xianxia changed, and he entered the spatial tunnel again. Didn't we rent land and teleport for free? Why do you still need to pay more than 90 million? Mu Jie explained. That's for the energy consumption of the teleportation array management fee, the Big Wheel Island construction fee, and the additional fees for the items that are being teleported that exceed the standard value. We're taking the special passageway that doesn't need to line up. There's also a special passageway fee. Xianxia. The teleportation speed was very fast this time, and it did not take long for them to enter the waters of Luofu Island. A huge land emerged, the largest island Xianxia had ever seen, but it was desolate and without any trees or creatures. There were strange rocks everywhere on the island, and barren mountain valleys rose and fell one after another. At a glance, the heights were uneven, and the mountains were endless. Hundreds of figures were already standing on the island, and many sects had come. The appearance of the mobile machine immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many people exclaimed, It's the MU family! The people on the island scattered like ants, for fear of being accidentally injured by the MU family's big fireball. Boom! The large fireball landed on the ground and transformed into a mobile mechanical puppet again. It walked to the side with a dong dong dong. The mobile suit was domineering, but no one dared to say anything. It's the MU family's head, Mu Zhuang. Even he has come personally. There were many exclamations from the crowd. The martial arts competition this time is too important. All the major forces don't dare to neglect it. Didn't the sect masters of Blood Crow Palace and Pill Sun sect come in person? Tisk! How can these two small sects compare to the MU family? Someone in the crowd immediately said disdainfully. The disdainful man's face was cold and full of ridicule. Suddenly, his body trembled as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, and he hurriedly turned his head away. There were more than 10 black-robed men behind him, each of them with a huge blood-red crow embroidered on their clothes. They were all staring at him coldly. The man was so scared that he was trembling, and his teeth were chattering. This friend here seems to know Blood Crow Palace very well. Come, let's have a good talk. Blood Crow Palace's lord, Mei Hong, walked over step by step with a grim expression. More than 10 people followed behind him, and a powerful aura pressed down like a mountain. The cultivators beside the man all changed their expressions and flew away, leaving only the man in the open space. I was wrong. The man trembled in fear and was on the verge of tears. He knew that he would not be able to escape, so he gritted his teeth and turned into a ray of light to escape. Mei Hong waved his hand and a ray of blood-red light flew out. The CW of a crow could be heard in the sky. The man was hit by the blood light. He screamed and his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, falling from the sky. My Blood Crow Palace might be a small sect, but we don't like people who don't have a say in this. Mei Hong snorted coldly. After killing that person, Mei Hong turned into a ray of light and flew towards the mobile puppet. Several more rays of light followed. A total of 4 people landed in front of the building and greeted Mu Zhuang. They were the Pill Sun Sect's Chai Jun, the Burning Moon Sect's Yang Tianpeng, the Flying Dragon Sect's Tang Jie, and the Blood Crow Palace's Mi Hong. The 4 of them were sect leaders, but they were standing in front of Mu Zhuang respectfully. Greetings, Lord Mu Zhuang. Just the 4 of you? Mu Zhuang smiled indifferently. It seems that I got it early. In addition to the 4 sects, the island was full of rogue cultivators living in seclusion overseas. Because the spiritual energy overseas was far superior to that of the mainland, there were many rogue cultivators. Although they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits, it was still a rare experience to observe martial arts competitions and participate in the festival. Chai Jun laughed. There's also the Purple Flame Sect and the Heavenly King Palace. They belong to the Earth Alliance. I don't think they'll be with us. How's everyone's preparation for the martial arts competition? Mu Zhuang nodded. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yang Tianpeng said, "We're just a foil. There will be a total of 12 places in the martial arts competition. Whether it's going to the Eternal World or the secret treasure of the True Dragon, they're all very well received, so it's not difficult for you 4 sects to get into the top 12, Mu Zhuang said. A hint of fighting intent flashed in the eyes of the 4 men. Although it was not obvious, Yunxiao could easily catch it. It seemed that these 4 sects were determined to make it into the top 12. Mei Hong's gaze shifted and landed on Mu Fenghua. He smiled and said, I wonder how young Master Fenghua's preparations are going? How confident are you in winning the championship? Mu Fenghua's expression changed slightly, but he remained silent. Fenghua isn't the one who's going to fight this time, Mu Zhuang chuckled. What? The 4 men were taken aback. They glanced at the crowd with puzzled eyes, and finally their eyes fell on Yunxiao. Only Yunxiao's young age and temperament met the requirements of the martial arts competition, but his appearance was extremely strange. Could it be that the MU clan invited external help? Chai Jun asked. The 4 of you have good eyes, indeed. Mu Zhuang nodded and smiled. The 4 of them could not help but give Yunxiao a few more looks. They saw that he remained calm and indifferent, and the more they looked at him, the more frightened they felt. Chai Jun said, The chips for this martial arts competition are too heavy. All the sects are doing their best. The ranking competition will be extremely intense. According to what I know, the Dragon's Tooth Manor has also found an external helper. In order to give that person an identity, the Manor Lord Zhu Tianhan has married his most beloved twin daughters to that brat. Oh! Mu Zhuang's expression turned serious as he said, The strength of the Dragon's Tooth Villa cannot be underestimated. I've seen the twin daughters before. They're indeed outstanding beauties. If Zhu Tianhan is willing to spend so much money on them, I'm afraid that the person who helped them must not be simple, right? Although his expression was slightly fluctuating, he was not worried at all. No matter what kind of foreign aid the other party had found, it was impossible for them to defeat Xianxia in the martial arts competition. Thinking of this, Mu Zhuang couldn't help but smile. He picked up the fragrant tea and took a sip. He only felt that it was unusually fragrant and his heart bloomed with joy. As far as I know, the foreign aid is called Li Yunxiao, Chai Jun said. He's the latest rising expert on the heavenly martial continent. Mu Zhuang spat a mouthful of tea onto Chai Jun's face, causing him to choke and cough. All the people of the Mu family were in an uproar as they looked at Yunxiao. Chai Jun wiped the tea off his face. He did not understand what was going on and looked at the crowd in shock. Yunxiao was speechless. What did you say the foreign aid's name was? He asked. Li Yunxiao, Chai Jun said. What? Yunxiao's face darkened. Do you know this man's background? Chai Jun said. This person is a genius who has recently risen on the heavenly martial continent. It is said that many strong people have been defeated by him. A few years ago, the crown prince of the North Sea, Ruinxiang, was defeated by this person in the battle at the Red Moon City. Furthermore, it's said that he's a suave and lustful man. The moment he saw Zhu Tianhan's twin daughters, he immediately sought refuge with them, and he almost changed his surname to Zhu. Yunxiao immediately felt the strange gazes from the Mu family, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said angrily, Sect Leader Chai, I suggest that you push out the disciple in charge of intelligence and execute him. Otherwise, your sect will die in the hands of intelligence sooner or later. Chai Jun was stunned for a moment, completely confused. How could such a lecherous person have any abilities? Old man Zhu Tianhan is most likely going to be scammed this time, Mei Hong sneered. Mu Zhuang, on the other hand, turned his eyes to Mu Jie, as if he was asking her if there was any problem if the Li Yunxiao in front of him was the real Li Yunxiao. Mu Jie's face was full of black lines. She hurriedly nodded to make sure it was true. Mu Zhuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, he thought about it again. It didn't matter if the person in front of him was real or fake. As long as he was willing to fight for the Mu family, it didn't matter even if he was a fake. We can't be careless, Chai Jun hurriedly said. I'm sharing the information so that everyone can be prepared. Our four sects don't expect to defeat the Dragon Tooth Villa, so this young master should be more careful. By the way, may I know your name, young master? Yunxiao's face twitched, and he did not know how to answer. Mu Wanshan looked at his appearance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, he immediately felt that he had lost his composure and hurriedly covered his small mouth, his face blushing. Fortunately, she sneaked a glance around and heaved a sigh of relief when no one noticed her. Ahem. Mu Jie coughed and introduced. This is Li Yunxiao, the young hero who defeated Ruinxiang in Red Moon City. Chai Jun. He. The sect leaders of the other three sects looked at each other before turning to look at Chai Jun. Chai Jun only felt that his entire body was sticky and drenched in cold sweat. He wiped his face with his hand and said angrily, When I return, I'll immediately kill the disciple in charge of intelligence. If we don't kill this person, our sect will be killed by him sooner or later. That might not be the case, Mu Zhuang said. Maybe someone is impersonating him. We'll know the truth later. Yunxiao suddenly felt a little strange. Back in Yongxiang City, someone had pretended to be him to deceive the city lord's daughter. And now that he had met him again, he felt that something was off. Furthermore, the strength of the city lord of Yongxiang City was not high, so it was excusable that he had been deceived for a while. Logically speaking, Dragon Tooth City shouldn't have been deceived by such a powerful person. What on earth was going on? He was also confused. If there's no special reason, I'll definitely kill him, Chai Jun agreed repeatedly. At this moment, there were more and more people on the Luofu Island. From the horizon in the distance, waves suddenly surged up, pushing forward like a wall. Yunxiao looked over and smiled. In the center of the waves, a huge turtle was flying forward. Although Corpse Fiend Sect's unmovable returning forest was also an island, it was far inferior to Luofu Island. Its Corpse Fiend Sect's unmovable returning forest. When the turtle got closer, Everyone could see it clearly and exclaimed, "I didn't expect the Corpse Fiend sect to even bring their lair here. It's clear that they're determined to win this martial arts competition." The Corpse Fiend sect has always been extremely mysterious. I don't know what kind of experts the sect has, but it's definitely a hot favorite to compete for the top 3. Everyone was getting excited. This martial arts competition was obviously a golden age that had not been seen in the hidden sects for hundreds or even thousands of years. Just as everyone was focused on the large turtle in the distance, countless green leaves suddenly fell from the sky, adding a lot of vitality to the desolate island. It seemed to be full of life. "This is a Xianxia," someone cried out in surprise and looked up, only to see a huge green leaf slowly descending from the sky. A big red flower was placed in front of the leaf, and they complemented each other well. The tender laughter of many women came from inside the leaf. It was actually a battleship, and there were 3 women steering the ship, chatting and laughing from time to time. "It's the people from the Fuyao Palace of Thousand Leaves Island," the crowd cried out in alarm. The MU clan's people's expressions were not too optimistic. They stared at the 2 groups in unison. The people from the 2 groups seemed to have a deep grudge. Xianxia also spread out his divine sense and swept over the area without restraint. As expected, when he touched the green leaf battleship, he was immediately blocked by an invisible force and couldn't see what was inside. He retracted his divine sense and stopped wasting his efforts. The green leaf battleship slowly descended, landing on a mountain peak in an extremely low-profile manner. The 3 women of the Fuyao Palace watched as the crowd whispered to each other, occasionally covering their mouths and laughing. "Humph! What are you laughing at, you bunch of bitches?" Wuxia snorted coldly. Xianxia was embarrassed. It was really awkward for such words to come out of the mouth of a highly respected expert like him. However, there was nothing unusual about the MU family. Except for Mu Zhuang, who looked normal, the rest of the people showed hostility. At this moment, the motionless forest had also swum to the vicinity of Luofu Island, and huge waves were hitting the shore. The big turtle stopped a few miles away from the shore, motionless. Corpse Fiend sex people also didn't seem to be in a hurry to go ashore. The defense on the motionless returning forest island had been opened, and no one could see inside. Humph, each one more mysterious than the last. The blood debt of Wenchang and Elder Yurong must be paid in blood. Mu Jie's eyes darkened. She recalled how she had begged for mercy and ran away without dignity when she was chased by Jing Qi. She was so angry. What's wrong? Chai Jun and the other 3 were shocked. They didn't understand what was happening between the 2 sects, but they could feel the killing intent from the MU family. Even Mu Zhuang's face was gloomy. Jing Qi killed 2 elders of the MU family, Wenchang and Yurong, Mu Yitong said coldly. What? The 4 of them were all shocked, and their hearts were surging. Everyone was from the Heaven Alliance, and the MU family and Corpse Fiend sect were extremely important in the Heaven Alliance. If the 2 sects were to have a life-and-death conflict, it would be a big problem. Small sects like them might even be implicated. The 4 of them sneaked a glance at each other, all extremely worried. The number of people on the Luofu Island was increasing. Almost all the hidden sects were alarmed, and all the major forces appeared one after another. Among them, the people from Dragon's Tooth Villa caught Yunxiao's attention. These people had also come here by warship, so it was impossible to see their condition from the outside. Only a huge dragon's tooth was carved on the body of the warship, which looked gloomy and terrifying. It was said that the entire villa was hidden in a huge dragon's tooth, drifting about and hard to find. There were all sorts of noises in the crowd. Chai Jun and the other 3 sect leaders also took their leave and went to greet the other sects. Only large sects like the MU family, Thousand Leaves Island, and Corpse Fiend sect could sit still and wait for the other sects to come and pay their respects. Suddenly, the noisy crowd was in an uproar, and everyone was exclaiming in shock. The AO clan! It's the AO clan! A warrior screamed loudly and looked up at the sea with his neck straight. He was very excited. The Luofu Island suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at the sea, even the MU family was shocked and had to face it. Yunxiao looked over and saw a golden light emerging from the sea. from which 3 warriors were riding on the waves and running over. The speed was so fast that it was no longer slower than flying. Wow, so handsome. They couldn't have come directly from the AO family, right? It's highly possible. The AO family focuses on body refining techniques, and running on the sea is also a kind of cultivation. I wonder if AO Chongkong has arrived, the world's most powerful man. I'm really looking forward to meeting him. All sorts of discussions broke out, and everyone's excited emotions were pushed to the climax. Yun Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. There was no sign of AO Chongkong. Among the 3 people, 2 were fat and thin itinerant patriarchs, and the other was a young man with a golden body. He was most likely the contestants this time. The young man from the AO family was about 20 years old, and his body was shining with golden light. It was obvious that he had cultivated the tyrant body tempering technique. Moreover, under Yun Xiao's eye technique, he found that the young man's body had already opened 6 gates. His aura was restrained, and his skin stretched and relaxed with every breath, which contained an extremely terrifying power. Mu Jie's wondrous spiritual eyes had also noticed something. She asked nervously, "Young Master Yun, how is it?" "Very strong," Yun Xiao said. "This man's physical strength is enough to compete with a peak 9-star expert." "What?" The people of the MU clan were all greatly shocked and had looks of disbelief on their faces. "Although I could see an extremely powerful aura, I didn't expect it to be this strong," Mu Jie said. "Young Master Yun, are you confident?" In fact, he believed that Yun Xiao would win, but after all, the martial duel was too important, so he was so nervous that his hands were sweating. "Let's see," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "Let's fight and see." Everyone looked disappointed. How they wished to hear an answer that they would win. Even Mu Zhuang was a little disappointed, but he still smiled and said, "Young Master Yun, you don't have to be humble. Unless AO Chongkong comes in person, no one on the Luofu Island is your match." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. In fact, the entire Mu family had overestimated his strength, and it was all because of the sword strike of the Devil Lord, Puna. Back in the Red Moon City, when the demonic lord possessed him, even the Ghost King, who had reached the peak of power, was killed by the 6 Paths demonic armament with 2 swords. That mere sea devil monkey was nothing. But, with his own strength, he might not be able to defeat the sea devil monkeys. The MU family's boundless confidence was built on that sword, and they had overestimated Yun Xiao's strength. "Haha, it's very lively. Hurry up and pay your respects to the genius junior of my AO clan." The fat monk stomped on the sea water and launched himself onto the island. With his hands on his hips, he raised his head and chest and shouted loudly. The young man and the skinny monk immediately followed. The young man looked a little shy and his face was slightly red. He was not as shameless as the fat and thin Duda. "What? Is there no one to receive you on such a big island?" The skinny monk shouted. His voice spread in the air and enveloped the entire island, shaking many people's blood and chi. Everyone's expression changed and they all retreated, staying as far away from the 3 of them as possible. Who knew what these people would do when they went crazy? Only the people of the AO clan would dare to shout so arrogantly. If it were other sects, they would have been beaten to death. "You have no manners at all," the fat monk snorted. Everyone was speechless. This Luofu Island was a deserted island with no one around. How could there be a reception? Suddenly, a voice came from one of the battleships in the sky. "If the 3 of you don't mind, you can come to my falling jade pavilion. We have top-grade spirit wine and spirit fruits to entertain you." "Where's the natural moat ocean?" the fat monk asked. "Why don't I see them? As the host, there's actually no trace of him. Rather than that, it's better to let the 2 of us host it." "It's the best for you 2 to host the event," Yin Hui, the sect master of the Falling Jade Pavilion, said with a smile. "Why don't I see Lord Ao Chongkong?" "Do you really need my young master to show up in such a small competition?" Chubby Toyutua laughed. "The one standing behind me is the youngest genius of the Ao clan, Ao Wuxin. He's the champion of this martial arts competition." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Ao Wuxin, sizing him up. Ao Wuxin only felt thousands of divine senses sweeping across his body, and his face couldn't help but turn red. It was obvious that this young man was leaving the Ao family for the first time, and he seemed very nervous. All of a sudden, an unhurried voice came from afar. The Ao family only sent you 2 buffoons. It seems that they don't care about this martial art at all. As the voice traveled over, huge waves rose in the sea and separated into 2 sides. Within the waves, there was actually a white horse, ta-ta-ta, as it walked forward. Behind the horse was a luxurious carriage that was decorated with jewels and pearls. The waves on both sides were pulled apart by a force, constantly splitting apart, allowing the carriage to walk as if it was on flat ground. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt a deep sense of respect, because the emblem on the carriage was the one from the natural moat cliff. Who are you? How dare you spout such nonsense? Do you believe that the 2 of us will tear you apart? The fat monk said angrily. Everyone's face was filled with black lines. Only these 2 would dare to talk back to the people at the natural moat ocean. Even if Ao Changkong was here, he wouldn't be so reckless. However, the person in the carriage didn't seem to mind and didn't make a sound. The white horse landed on the Luofu Island in a few steps. Everyone hurriedly made way for the carriage. After walking for more than 2 miles, it came to a flat ground and stopped. The martial arts competition this time is related to the quota to enter the eternal world and the distribution of the true dragon's treasure. Yunxiao said in surprise. Why is Nanxiu you not here? Is there something more important? Ao Changkong didn't come either. Mu Zhuang also said in a serious tone. Does the Ao clan really not value this? The Fuyao Palace only managed to retrieve the true dragon's treasury under his pressure. Yunxiao's heart stirred as he said, Didn't you say the pressure from the earthlings? Are you sure that the one on the ground is Ao Changkong? My lord, I can't be sure, but I'm pretty close. Mu Zhuang shook his head. The carriage's door opened and 3 white-robed old men walked out. From the natural moat cliff, there was Qin Fei, Wang Yangyu, and Wang Tianlu. They all had white hair and youthful faces, and they were all smiling. So it's you 3 old plagues. How dare you scold us brothers? The skinny monk shouted in a sharp and unkind tone. The 3 old men looked at each other and chuckled. They were not angry. The 3 of us will preside over today's martial arts competition and be fair. We'll decide the 12 victors according to the usual method, then proceed to the second round's ranking battle. The rules for this ranking battle are different from the past. The 3 of us will announce the specific details after the 12 experts are decided. What? The rules have changed. The crowd was in an uproar, and all kinds of discussions could be heard. Who allowed you to change the rules? The fat monk shouted. Did we all agree to this change in the rules? The fat monk's words immediately gained the support of the crowd, which was all one-sided. Qin Fei had already anticipated everyone's mood and chuckled. The martial arts competition is supposed to be organized and judged by the people at the natural moat cliff. Whoever is not happy can choose not to participate. Did we force you to come? This Wufu. Everyone was speechless and instantly lost their temper. The fat and thin Duda had nothing to say. Qin Fei said, Isn't this it? If you want to participate, then participate. If you don't want to participate, please get lost. There's nothing strange about the rules being changed. As long as it's not fair, what are you all afraid of? In Huey's voice came from the battleship. As long as it's fair, there's no problem with the competition. Qin Fei laughed. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect is a reasonable person. If no one has any questions, then let's begin drawing lots like the previous years. He took out a crystal ball, which emitted a clear blue light, and threw it into the sky. The ball cracked and turned into countless pieces with a bang, shooting in all directions. The cracked pieces all shrank on their own, forming hundreds of small balls. A large number of warriors on the Luofu Island flew into the sky and grabbed those small balls. This is drawing lots. Young Master Yun, you can pick one of your own, Mu Zhuang said. Yun Xiao looked over and saw that all the small balls were marked with numbers, and they were all in pairs. What if some numbers are missed? He asked curiously. That's a direct advancement. There's always a large number of martial artists who advance directly in the first round. Mu Zhuang laughed. Yun Xiao nodded. With his magical spirit eyes, he could see the numbers of all the balls at a glance. When he saw one 77-foot fall into the sea, he made a grabbing gesture in the air and caught another one. After all the small balls had disappeared, Qin Fei said, "Any sect that doesn't have a signature doesn't have the right to participate in the martial arts competition. Now, please show your signatures." Wang Yangyu and Wang Tianlu, who were behind him, began to make hand seals, creating a water screen in the sky. The huge light screen displayed numbers from 1 to 200, clearly marking the various advancement routes. Qin Fei said, "Everyone, please leave the venue now. Enter the arena one by one according to the martial arts competition's number. The three of us will verify their qualifications one by one. Anyone who violates this will be disqualified." A large number of warriors began to fly into the sky and watched from the sky above the Luofu Island. The mobile puppet also bent its legs and jumped up, standing still in the sky. All of a sudden, only the three men were left on the island. "Number 1, go up," said Qin Fei. He shouted 3 times, but there was no one. It could be seen that the 2 number 1 balls had fallen into the sea. "Number 2. As soon as the voice fell, 2 figures flew down. They looked at each other and revealed great hostility. Qin Fei said, "Two twos, not bad. I'm sure you all know the rules of the martial arts competition, so I'll repeat them again. The competition must continue until one side admits defeat or dies. Also, if the sect leader of the sect appears to admit defeat, it'll be considered a loss. Other than finding someone to help, you can use any method in the competition. There are no restrictions." The 2 of them nodded, clearly aware of the rules. Both sides looked at each other with fear. They carefully moved their steps, looking for an opportunity to wait for that thunderous strike. Yun Xiao glanced at it and said, "The man in black on the left wins. This kind of competition is too boring. I'll take a rest first." The people of the Mu clan were all stunned. How could they tell the outcome before the competition even started? Both of them were 2-stars martial sovereigns. Moreover, the man in black on the left only had the strength of a beginner-stage martial sovereign, while the man on the right was a high-level 2-stars martial sovereign. Judging by their cultivation bases, the right side should be the winner. Mu Wanshan was so curious that she could not help but ask. But Yun Xiao closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air to cultivate. She had to give up in embarrassment and focus on the duel below. "I also think the man on the left will win," Mu Zhuang smiled. "Elder Hao, did you see those number plates clearly?" He turned his head and asked. "Take a good look at it. Remember every single number in your mind," Mu Yu said. "Very well. Then tell me about the strong opponents that young Master Yun will encounter," Mu Zhuang said. Mu Jie smiled and said, "There's no strong opponent at all. Those powerful sects also deliberately avoided us when choosing their names. Before the battle of the top 12, those who have the strength to enter the top 12, such as Thousand Leaves Island and Dragon Teeth Villa, are not in the battle." Mu Zhuang also laughed and said, "These sects are pretty smart. I'm afraid that only young Master Yun randomly picked a number, while the other sects only picked a number after thousands of calculations." Mu Jie's eyes flickered with determination as she said, "This way, the other sects should also know my strength and determination. They won't have any worries and will be unstoppable." The people of the Mu clan all grinned, obviously full of confidence. Mu Wanshan sneaked a glance at Yun Xiao, who was sitting cross-legged in the void, as still as a mountain, and her heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a beam of light flew over and landed in the mobile armor. It was the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Tang Jia. He sighed and shook his head with a bad expression. "Lord Shangyi, what's wrong?" Mu Jie asked. Tang Jia smiled bitterly. "Elder Hao, aren't you asking the obvious? When we were taking the numbers, Mei Hong snatched number 10 first. I'm only taking number 21. I'm afraid that I'll be eliminated in the next round and have no hope of entering the top 12. Lord Shangyi, you don't have to sigh. Anything is possible," Mu Jie said with a smile. Tang Jia's expression was extremely ugly. He shook his head and said, "There's no need to comfort me, Elder Tong." He looked at the battleship in the sky, which was the Blue Sky Sect, and sighed. The Blue Sky Sect had obtained number 23. The two sects would meet in the next round, so Tang Jia knew that he would lose without a doubt. At this moment, the outcome of the duel on the Luofu Island had been decided. As expected, the black-clothed man had won. He bowed to Yu Qinfei and the other two in great joy and flew back to his own sect while laughing. The sect was filled with joy and congratulations. The defeated man's face paled as he resentfully retreated. He immediately felt the cold gaze of the sect leader and the derision of his companions. His face ashen, he lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Although Yun Xiao was cultivating with his eyes closed, he had left a trace of his divine sense on Luofu Island. These hidden sects were just like the secular sects on the heavenly martial continent, where the strong were respected and profit was king. They were extremely snobbish. Only one person from the sect with the number 3 had directly advanced, and that person was overjoyed. However, the second and third martial artists' faces quickly turned ashen, without any color. This was because when Qin Fei shouted number 4, the huge sea turtle that was parked outside Luofu Island moved. A ray of light flew up from the forest of unmoving homeworld and landed on the island. The hearts of the possessors of number 2 and 3 immediately sank to the bottom. This also meant that even if they entered the third round, they would be directly eliminated by the Corpse Fiend sect. Everyone's eyes fell on the Luofu Island, looking at the young figure. "Lord Jingqi," Qin Fei said with a frown, "please leave. It's fine to let the participating disciples go on stage directly." "I'm a participant from Corpse Fiend sect," Jingqi said expressionlessly. "What?" His words were earth-shattering, and the entire sky above the sea was in an uproar. The faces of the Mu family changed drastically, and even Yun Xiao opened his eyes with a puzzled look. "Do you still have any fucking sense of shame? You're already an old zombie that's a few hundred years old. Hurry up and get down." The first one to shout was the fat monk, who mocked him without restraint. "Jingqi," Mu Zhuang couldn't help but sneer. "Your skin is as thick as the coffin in your house." The other grandmasters also expressed their dissatisfaction, and for a moment, they laughed at him. Qin Fei's face also darkened, and he said, "Lord Jingqi, please don't make any trouble. You may leave." Jingqi stood still and didn't seem to have any intention of going down. He said, "This lord is under 30 years old, so I'm in accordance with the rules of the competition. Why can't I participate?" The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and then there was a loud laughter. Jingqi had been famous in the secluded sect for more than 30 years. However, there were also many people who didn't laugh, and Mu Zhuang was one of them. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Could it be Xinjin?" "Zhenjin." Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he said, "Could the standard for monitoring the age of the participating disciples be bone age?" Mu Zhuang said, "That's right. No matter how powerful you are, you can't change your bone age unless you're reborn." "What makes Jingqi say that he's not even 30? "It's not that there are no ways to modify bone age," Yun Xiao said after some thought. "It's just that they are extremely rare. At the very least, he knew that Wei Qing's Daluo Golden Bones was one of the heaven-defying cultivation techniques that could change the age of bones." Qin Fei didn't laugh, but his expression changed drastically. "The two of you, please check." Behind him, Wang Yangyu and Wang Tianlu's expressions changed as well. The two of them moved and appeared on either side of Jingqi, shouting, "Lord Jingqi, I'm sorry." The two of them performed incantation gestures with both hands and cast several incantation seals at the same time, which kept hitting Jingqi. Jingqi didn't move, allowing the two to attack. Ordinary people's bone age could be seen at a glance, but peerless experts usually had concealment techniques that made people unable to see clearly or make a mistake. This kind of direct examination was enough to ensure that it was absolutely correct, and even an immortal state warrior couldn't conceal it. A moment later, their faces looked as if they were covered in a layer of frost, becoming extremely unsightly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. Qin Fei also seemed to have a premonition, and his face was as yellow as paper as he said, "My lords, what do you think?" Wang Yangyu's lips moved as if he didn't want to say it, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. Indeed, he's not even 30 years old. His accurate bone age is 23 years old. What? This judgment immediately caused the surroundings to tremble. Even the calm sea surface was suddenly surging with waves that swirled in all directions. Mu Zhuang's expression changed drastically. Not only the Mu family, but everyone else's faces were also in a daze. Jing Qi was directly participating in the competition. Yin Hui snorted heavily and said, "Jing Qi, you can't be too shameless." Jing Qi said coldly, "I've always followed the rules of the competition set by the Heavenly Chasm Court. How is that shameless?" Lord Yin Hui, are you saying that the rules are shameless? Are you instigating everyone to break the rules? Qin Fei's pupils suddenly contracted as he shouted, I understand. The corpse fiend technique that you've cultivated is to refine yourself as a corpse fiend. So the bone age of your body is forever fixed at the year you've cultivated this divine ability, 23 years old. There's a loophole in the bone age testing method. When he said that, everyone finally understood what was going on. Jing Qi sneered, "What does it have to do with me? I just want to know, are you still going to follow your own rules?" The faces of the three men from the natural moat cliff changed drastically, and they were all in a difficult position. Jing Qi sneered, "If we don't have to follow the rules, our corpse fiend sect will withdraw from the martial arts competition immediately. Fairness and justice are all bullshit. Even if you win first place, you can just go back on your promise with a few words." Qin Fei's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I hereby announce that Jing Qi is qualified to participate in the competition." Voila! This result was both unexpected and within expectations. It immediately caused a large area of clamor and boos, and everyone was furious. "I understand your determination to uphold the rules," Yin Hui snorted angrily. "But isn't it ridiculous to let Jing Qi participate in the competition?" "I know it's absurd," Qin Fei said. "But even if there are loopholes in the rules, we can't just ignore it. Otherwise, how can we use the rules to convince people? After this martial arts competition, the natural moat cliff will definitely change the rules." Although the boos from the crowd were not small, they gradually calmed down. The bone age test was the fairest way to test one's age, and the natural moat ocean didn't let Jing Qi pass on purpose, but they had no other choice. If the rules were to be changed at will, it would be extremely dangerous. Moreover, most people were just there to watch the show. It would only be interesting if there were twists and turns, and they couldn't wait for the ups and downs. Finally, for most of the participants, even if Jing Qi didn't participate, it wouldn't be a problem for the corpse fiend sect to enter the top 12, which wouldn't affect their ranking at all. The ones who should be worried were those who wanted to fight for the first place. This is ridiculous. It's too shady. Sure enough, only a few large sects were left dissatisfied. The fat and thin Duda jumped up high and shouted in dissatisfaction. Qin Fei's gaze turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "Fat and thin Duda, you should know your limits even if you want to show off. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll kill you too first." The fat and thin Duda wanted to continue scolding, but he was grabbed by Ao Wuxin, who tried his best to stop them. He felt so embarrassed that his face turned red. "Who else is number 4? Qin Fei continued, "Please come to the island for a martial arts duel. If you don't come, you'll automatically forfeit." A man stood on the sea and sky and smashed the number in his hand on the Luofu Island. It broke with a bang, and he snorted. He admitted defeat. "How can we fight? Fight my ass." When this man saw that number 4 was from Corpse Fiend sect, he knew that he would lose without a doubt, and now he had no burden. "If you admit defeat, then admit defeat," Jing Qi said coldly. "But you're making a lot of noise." The man's expression changed drastically. He immediately felt an extremely strong sense of danger spreading in his heart, and he hurriedly tried to escape in fear. Trouble comes from the mouth. This is a principle that has never changed. Why don't so many people understand it? Jing Qi raised his hand and struck out a palm in the air. Without any warning, the martial artist had just run 1,000 feet when his body exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh with a bang. Everyone's faces changed drastically, turning as pale as paper. The participating disciples were all trembling, thinking that if they met Jing Qi, they would never be able to get on the island. It would be better to admit defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. Jing Qi, you murderer, Mu Zhuang said coldly. That man has already admitted defeat, yet you still killed him. Isn't that against the rules? With Sir Qin Fei, please restrain him. Ha. Mu Zhuang, you should just give up on that idea. Jing Qi laughed. The rule was that after one party admitted defeat, no one was allowed to kill. However, that person wasn't on the Luofu Island after he admitted defeat. So the martial arts competition's time has passed. My killing of him is only a personal grudge and has nothing to do with the martial arts competition. Could it be that I can't kill him for the rest of my life because he admitted defeat? Yes. Qin Fei also nodded. After the outcome of the battle is decided, it's no longer the time for the battle. We're not restricted by the rules. Mu Zhuang's face turned extremely ugly as he clenched the armrest of his throne and said, Young Master Yun, do you have the confidence to beat him? Let's see, Yun Xiao said indifferently. Let's fight and see. Mu Zhuang's face was gloomy and his eyes were flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. The Mu family's mobile mecha was filled with a depressing atmosphere. The number 1 position that was originally secure had now become a variable. Don't worry, the first place is still ours. Mu Zhuang suddenly sneered. Everyone was stunned, not knowing how he had such confidence. Mu Zhuang's eyes were filled with killing intent as he coldly said, Just now, Qin Fei also said that non-martial arts time is not restricted by the rules. Jing Qi killed 2 of the elders of the Mu family. I'll settle this score with him before the final of the top 12. After the shock, everyone was dazed. Ha. We'll kill Jing Qi before the finals. Mu Jie was overjoyed. Yun Xiao was also speechless. There was really no limit to the number of traps and tricks he had. As expected, you can't walk in this world by brute force alone. It's not realistic to kill him, but we should at least severely injure him, Mu Zhuang replied coldly. Moreover, the other sects will probably be happy to see this. I'll be back soon. His figure flickered and disappeared into the mobile engine. Yun Xiao knew that he had gone to find help. With Mu Zhuang's strength alone, he could not do much if Jing Qi avoided the battle in order to preserve his strength. But if 2 divine transcendence experts joined the fight, he was very confident that he could seriously injure Jing Qi. After the disturbance caused by Jing Qi, the martial arts competition continued in an orderly manner. When it was the Jade Drop sect's turn, a white-robed girl slowly flew out of the battleship and gently landed on the Luofu Island. The young girl's face was very delicate and young, and everyone felt that she was extremely unfamiliar, so they could not help but be stunned. Even Qin Fei and the other 2 were taken aback. At first glance, this girl was only a martial lord. What? Shi Xing Luo. On the mobile suit, Yun Xiao's body trembled as he looked at the girl in horror, as if he could not believe what he saw. The people of the Mu family had thought the girl was strange, but when they saw Yun Xiao's expression, they felt even stranger. Young Master Yun, do you know this little girl? Mu Yu asked with a frown. Yun Xiao's face was extremely solemn as he nodded deeply. Mu Shi said, Oh? Who was this little girl? Was she really only a martial lord? What is the Blue Sky sect thinking? Even with his magical spirit eyes, he could only see the strength of the girl's martial lord, so there was no way he could be wrong. Yun Xiao stared at the girl for a while before he said slowly, It's really only a martial lord, but her combat strength is no less than mine. What? This time, it was the Mu family's turn to be dumbfounded, all of them with their mouths wide open. Mu Jie was also stunned for quite a while before she wiped the cold sweat off her forehead and said in embarrassment, Young Master Yun, you must be joking, right? The heavy look on Yun Xiao's face made the Mu family know that he was not joking, and everyone's heart sank. How's that possible? Mu Jie cried out. If his combat strength isn't below yours, doesn't that mean he has divine and extraordinary combat strength? How can a martial lord have the combat strength of a divine transcendence? Mu Wanshan's heart trembled as he looked at Yunxiao in disbelief. Is this young man a divine transcendence? Her heart was filled with shock and complicated feelings. I can't explain it at the moment, Yunxiao said. You'll know when she's up against the experts of the Flying Dragon sect in the next round. He didn't want to say anything more, but his eyes never left the girl. That was because that girl was the Rainbow Stone Spirit Xiaohong, who had acknowledged him as her brother back in the Eastern Sea. At that time, Xiaohong had absorbed the Agarine and combined it into a perfect rainbow body. Later, Di possessed her and took her away. After that, her whereabouts had been unknown. No one had expected that she would appear here and become a participant of the Bai Luo sect. Haha! That's great! That's great! Suddenly, a maniacal laugh was heard. Tang Jie flew back into the mobile suit and said happily, "Now, our Flying Dragon sect can enter the top 12. I didn't expect the Bai Luo sect to send a little girl who is a martial lord." He suddenly realized that the Mu clan's people didn't look too good. He was stunned for a moment and said, "What's wrong, everyone? Where did Lord Mu Zhuang go?" Mu Jie shook her head and said, "Lord Clan Leader left for a while, due to some matters. Lord Xiangyi, don't be happy too early. Don't you think it's strange for the Azure Sky sect to send a little girl to participate in the competition? Maybe this girl is a martial lord on the surface, but she has extremely strong combat strength. It's a little strange, but there's a limit to a martial lord's combat strength," Tang Hui said. "The way I see it, the Bai Luo sect must have given this opportunity to this girl in order to cultivate their next generation." Mu Jie frowned and said nothing. In fact, he had the same thought, but he had no choice but to believe Yunxiao's words. Although he didn't believe that the woman had the power of a saint, at least she wasn't simple. In the sky above the sea around the Luofu Island, there was an uproar and sighs. Many people were secretly remorseful. If they had known that the Bai Luo sect would send such a little girl to participate in the competition, they would have snatched the number next to number 23. Blood Crow Palace's Mei Hong's face also twitched a few times. He looked at Tang Xinya in the mobile phone with hidden bitterness and snorted coldly. The three men from the Natural Mode Ocean were also stunned. They stared at Xiao Hong for a long time before they finally confirmed that they were not mistaken. Xiao Hong was a little nervous and stammered, I'm number 23. I know, is there still number 23? Qin Fei laughed bitterly. When they saw the Jade Drop sect snatch number 23, no one dared to steal it, so no one answered. Qin Fei's face was filled with black lines as he waved his hand and said, "Little girl, you've advanced to the next round." Xiao Hong was overjoyed. She bowed down and said, Thank you, three grandpas." She happily flew into the battleship of the Jade Drop sect. Everyone was speechless. They looked up at the battle list on the water screen. Xianxia of the Flying Dragon sect would be facing this little girl in the next round. They couldn't help but envy the Flying Dragon sect's good luck. Tang Jie was also very happy and couldn't stop smiling. After that, the highly anticipated Fuyao Holy Palace also sent out a contestant. It was the female disciple named Qingxi, whom Yunxiao had met in the East Sea, and also the sacred body of this generation of Fuyao Holy Palace. Yunxiao took a closer look. The woman was a peak 8 stars martial sovereign when she was in the East Sea, and now, she had made a breakthrough, and her cultivation base was the same as his, reaching the mid-tier 9 stars. Although this woman's strength is inferior to young Master Yun's, we can't underestimate her either, Mu Jie said with a grave expression. "I hope you'll be careful if you encounter her." Yunxiao nodded. "Although this woman only has a cultivation base of mid-tier 9 stars, I'm afraid her combat strength has reached the peak. In my opinion, her strength may not be lower than Ao Wuxin's. The Fuyao Holy Palace's holy body is indeed worthy of its reputation." The woman landed on the Luofu Island and chuckled. "I am Cheng Qingxi, a participant from the Fuyao Holy Palace. Greetings, my lords." Qin Fei sized her up a few times and had a look of praise on his face. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, You're indeed a peerless talent and a peerless beauty. In this old man's opinion, if it wasn't for someone being so shameless, the first place of this martial arts competition would have been decided between you and Ao Wuxin. Chang Qingxi giggled. I don't care who's first. I'm happy enough to be able to fight with Master Jingqi and Brother Wuxin. Ao Wuxin's face blushed slightly in the distance, and he hid behind the fat monk shyly. Chang Qingxi didn't advance immediately, but an unlucky guy got the same number as her and forced himself to go to the island. You think I'm easy to bully? Chang Qingxi asked. I'm just a woman, right? The man hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. No way. Lady Qingxi, you flatter me. Then why did you take my name? Chang Qingxi asked. I'm too weak to see so many numbers, so I just randomly picked one, the man said with a bitter face. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Those who were able to distinguish all the numbers in such a short time and avoid being grabbed by experts were all sex with a certain level of strength. Chang Qingxi was also amused and laughed. Then come over and let me beat you up. The man was very anxious and hurriedly retreated. He said, I'll acknowledge Ing Luo. Before he could say lose, he was punched in the chest by Chang Qingxi, and he fainted on the spot. That person's sect leader hurriedly stood up and shouted, We admit defeat. We admit defeat. Then, he flew down to the Luofu Island and took that disciple away. Chang Qingxi advanced, Qin Fei said. Not long after, it was number 77's turn. Everyone's eyes were focused on the moving machine. Unfortunately, there was a barrier so they could not see the inside clearly. Yunxiao leaped out and landed on the island. He took out a number and threw it over, saying, I'm Li Yunxiao, the MU family's participant in the competition. Li Yunxiao. Although this name resounded throughout the heavenly martial continent, it was not well known among the hidden sects, and only a few people knew it. However, those who knew about it had a huge change in expression. Even Jing Qi, who was sitting cross-legged in the forest of unmoving ashes and in the White Palace, opened his eyes and looked up abruptly. Qin Fei's expression also changed, and he said in a serious voice, Li Yunxiao? I've heard of young Master Yunxiao's name, but I don't think he's qualified to participate in this martial arts competition. Right? A beam of light landed on the Luofu Island. It was Mu Zhuang. He slightly nodded to the three men from the natural moat cliff and said with a smile, Young Master Yunxiao has married the MU family's Wan Shan and is officially representing the MU family in the battle. What? Everyone was shocked. Mu Wanshan's name was also well known among the reclusive families. He was the object of admiration in the hearts of many young men on white horses. If it was just a random name, most people wouldn't believe it. But when it came to Mu Wanshan, they suddenly became silent. Qin Fei also looked at the mobile suit as if he could see through it. He said, Mu Wanshan, is that true? Mu Wanshan's shoulders trembled, and his whole body trembled. Hundreds and thousands of people were looking at her, waiting for her reply. Wanshan. Mu Jie frowned and said. Mu Wanshan bit his lips and said with difficulty, Yes, he is my husband. This sentence seemed to have used up all the strength in his life. After he finished speaking, he instantly collapsed. He only felt endless grievances, and tears fell down. Mu Jie consoled her. The situation forced us to do so. What's the big deal about making this little sacrifice for the family? Moreover, everyone in the clan knows about your information. If anyone slanders you or disdains you because of this old man will be the first to cut him down. A cold sneer came from the Green Leaf Warship. The MU family has good means. They sacrificed Mu Wanshan to get such a powerful foreign aid. TSK, you're really not simple. Although his words were sharp, no one had anything to say. It's none of your business, Mu Zhuang coldly replied. You! Shameless! A furious roar rang out from within the Fuyao sacred palace. Yunxiao immediately recognized that the voice belonged to Elder Bayushin, whom he had met in the East Sea last time. You don't have the right to call me shameless, Mu Zhuang laughed. Old chicken granny, now that Wei Shirshir isn't here, do you believe that I won't tear your mouth apart? Everyone's face was filled with black lines. The leader of a sect, a peerless expert of this generation, actually cursed Chicken Granny all over the place. It was really beneath his status, but no one dared to say a word. She didn't know if Baiyu was angry to death or what, but there was no sound. In the unmoving, returning forest, Jingqi also slowly restrained his aura and looked away. He touched his palm in front of him, and a jade coffin immediately appeared and spun in front of him. Then it stood side by side. It was as if this coffin could give him a sense of security. He calmed his heart and sat down to cultivate. On the Luofu Island, Qin Fei's face was also full of black lines. He waved his hand and said, "Since that's the case, you're considered qualified." Yunxiao nodded slightly, then flew back to the mobile suit with Mu Zhuang. His eyes fell on the warship of Dragon's Tooth Villa, wondering what kind of existence the man who had impersonated him was. "Lord Clan Leader, how's the situation?" Mu Jie hurriedly asked. Mu Zhuang nodded and said, "We'll play it by ear. We still don't know the new rules of the natural moat cliff yet. How will the top 12 fight each other? If you have the chance, you should fight against Jingqi." "I'm afraid Jingqi is not our biggest enemy now," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "Who's that?" Mu Zhuang was stunned. "Chang Qingxi." Mu Jie hurriedly told him about Xiao Hong's appearance and Yunxiao's judgment. "Are you sure that little girl's combat strength is not below yours?" Mu Zhuang's face changed. "That's most likely the case," Yunxiao sighed. "But I'm afraid it won't be so easy for her to defeat me." Mu Zhuang's face darkened as he said, "How is that possible? I saw that little girl just now, and she's a real 16-year-old martial lord." "It's a long story, and the implications are great," Yunxiao said. "I'm sorry I can't speak bluntly, but I'll try my best to get first place." Yunxiao was sure that the reason why the Jade Drop sect had allowed Xiao Hong to participate in the competition was that they had discovered her true strength, and Di Yi was most likely lurking in her body. Since he had encountered her this time, he had to do everything he could to save her. Even if he had to break the rules of the competition and let Cheyu take action, he would do so. Moreover, this matter concerned the Devil Lord, so Lingmu Di would not stand by and do nothing. Within the Jade Drop sect, Xiao Hong's face was still full of smiles. She was still immersed in the joy of advancing in rank as she muttered continuously, "Little Red can do it. Little Red can definitely do it." Yin Hui nodded with a bitter smile. "Little Red, of course you can do it. I'm very confident in you." As soon as he said this, everyone around him gave him strange looks. Yin Hui smiled bitterly. He asked himself, he didn't believe it himself. The faces of the people from the Jade Drop sect were not very good. A man with sharp eyes snorted heavily and clenched his 5 fingers so hard that a pa-pa sound could be heard. He was supposed to be the one to participate in the battle, but it was suddenly replaced by this strange girl. For the past few days, the entire sect had been spreading rumors that this little girl was the illegitimate daughter of sect master Yin Hui. Even so, he shouldn't be so willful in such an important martial arts competition. Yin Hui also had unspeakable bitterness. This little girl was recommended to him by an adult, and he couldn't reject her. He naturally knew about the rumors in the sect, but he could only swallow it down. Xiao Hong clenched her fist and nodded firmly. "I will definitely work hard. I know that everyone has some opinions about Little Red, but I will definitely work hard." Yin Hui smiled and touched her forehead to encourage her. But in his heart, he was thinking, "You're only a martial lord, so what's the point of working hard?" "Lord Sect Master, I feel that what Mu Zhuang said just now is extremely inappropriate. From the number they took just now, it could be seen that they must have had the determination to get first place, which was why they took the number without any restraint. It's a little difficult for our Xuanji to get first place. There's no need to offend Jingqi by helping others." Yin Hui smiled. "I'm just saying that we'll act according to the situation. If there's a chance, it's not impossible to severely injure that dead zombie. It'll save him from being so thick-skinned. Moreover, I'm quite tempted by the reward that Mu Zhuang promised. Although this martial arts competition is a bit difficult, but this is good, we don't have any psychological burden. We'll just watch them fight and try to benefit from it. I'm relieved to hear that the sovereign thinks this way, but I'm afraid that Mu Zhuang will use us as tools. The old man nodded. Inhui laughed. It doesn't matter if you're a gun or not. The key is to get the corresponding benefits. That way you'll be satisfied. Sect master is wise. The old man replied, and only then did he feel relieved. The battle of Q numbers continued in an orderly manner. More than 20 battles had been fought, and it had lasted for a day and a night. It was finally the Dragon's Tooth Villa's turn in the early morning of the next day. Everyone looked over and a man flew out and landed on the Luofu Island. Yunxiao hurriedly looked over and was taken aback. It's him. How is this possible? His mouth was so wide that a watermelon could be stuffed in it. He was a little dumbfounded. On the Luofu Island, the lazy, grinning man dressed in gold and silver and adorned with jewels and pearls was Wu Deshang, who had impersonated him to cheat women in Yongxiang City that day. What's wrong, young Master Yun? Do you know this person? Mu Jie's heart skipped a beat, and she was a little worried. She had never seen Yunxiao lose his composure like this. Even when Little Red appeared, she was shocked, but not to the extent of losing her composure. The entire Mu family was on tenterhooks. Could it be another peerless expert? Mu Zhuang asked in a deep voice. Yunxiao stood there, not knowing how to answer. He could not wrap his head around it, and he was completely dumbfounded. After exposing Wu Deshang in Yongxiang City, he beat him up so badly that he was almost on the verge of death. Later, he handed him over to the city lord of Yongxiang City to deal with. He should have died without a doubt. Could it be that Yongxiang City's city lord let him off? That was impossible. The whole city knew what had happened at that time, and the mayor's family had lost so much face that they must have wanted to kill Wu Deshang's whole family. How could they let him go? If he had killed Wu Deshang, then who was this Wu Deshang in front of him? Yunxiao rubbed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the man. The Wu Deshang in front of him was 100% the same Wu Deshang from that day, which could only mean that Wu Deshang had miraculously survived that day. Gulp! He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and immediately understood how terrifying this person was. On that day, Lu Fian, Xianhua, Luo Tian, the three elders of Red Moon City, and so on had also attended the banquet. All of them, including himself, had actually misjudged him. This was almost impossible. Wu Deshang stood on the island in an ostentatious manner. He wiped the dust off his hat with his finger, then raised his head and said loudly, "I'm Li Yunxiao, and I'm representing the Dragon's Tooth Villa in the competition. I'm the son-in-law of Zhu Tianhan, the manor master of the Dragon's Tooth Villa, and his twin daughters have married me." Boos, laughter, and curses came from all directions, but Wu Deshang's face was full of pride. If one looked carefully, they would find that he did look a little like Yunxiao. This man only looks like an advanced 7 stars martial sovereign. Is he that terrifying? Mu Zhuang asked suspiciously. He turned to look at Mu Jie. Mu Jie activated her wondrous spiritual eyes, but she still could not figure out the reason, so she shook her head helplessly. "Young Master Yun, could it be that you're overthinking things?" Mu Zhuang asked. "And that Xiao Hong from before?" I noticed a trace of helplessness on Yin Hui's face, as if he himself didn't think well of it. "Oh, what?" Yunxiao's heart stirred. "Are you sure Yin Hui doesn't think it's a good idea, my lord? I can see that the people of the Bai Luo sect don't look too good, so I can't be too sure," Mu Zhuang said after a moment of silence. "I don't know what's going on with the Jade Drop sect," Yunxiao said, "but that Xiao Hong is definitely a super expert. As for the person who impersonated me, he might even be stronger than Xiao Hong." Mu Zhuang was stunned and said, "Is it that exaggerated? I think this person is also extremely ordinary. There aren't many people in this world who can hide from this Lord and Elder Hao's wondrous techniques." Yunxiao nodded. "He's indeed good. Even I can't see through him. But because of this person is not simple." Mu Jie laughed out loud and said, "Haha, I was wondering what the reason was. Young Master Yun, you're thinking too much. This person's strength is only SOSO. The Dragon's Tooth Villa has been tricked this time." Yunxiao did not argue, but said lightly, "Although I don't know the master of Dragon Tooth Villa, do you think he is that easy to fool? He even sent the twin daughters out. This Ing Luo, Mu Jie was dumbfounded. Zhu Juhan was definitely not easy to fool. He was also very smart and powerful. In the hidden sect, he was also one of the few people that Mu Jie feared the most. Mu Zhuang's pupils constricted as well. Yunxiao's words made him feel pressured. Besides, Zhu Wuhan loved his daughters very much, so how could he be fooled so easily? Yunxiao immediately gave a brief account of what happened in Yongxiang City, and everyone was dumbfounded. Who the hell is this Ying Luo? Mu Jie was dumbfounded. Yunxiao frowned. It looks like this man is a lecherous man. But why does he always use my name to deceive people? Are you trying to ruin my reputation? There's no need to. From what young Master Yun said, Mu Zhuang said, I thought that my biggest enemy was that shameless Jing Qi. I didn't expect so many variables to appear. No matter how many variables there are, I'm still very confident in young Master Yun, Mu Jie said with a smile. The sword strike that day had left a deep impression on him. No matter how strong Xiao Hong and Wu Deshang were, they could not have escaped the power of that sword. Yun Xiao smiled wryly, but he could not relax. However, he was not a coward. He thought, since you've targeted this young master time and time again, using my name to cheat my body, then this young master wants to see who you are. On the Luofu Island, Qin Fei frowned and said, He's called Li Yunxiao? Are you the real one? Or is that person from the Mu family the real one? Wu Deshang's eyes widened in anger. He pointed at himself and shouted, Naturally, I'm the real one. The three from the natural moat cliff all had a strange feeling. In the martial arts competition, one's name didn't matter. The most important thing was one's age and identity. I'll have to trouble the two of you to check his bone age, Qin Fei said. Wang Yangyu and Wang Tianlu immediately appeared beside Wu Deshang and used their probing seals on him. You didn't need to check the bone age of the previous people, but I did. Wu Deshang cursed. You don't trust me, Yun Xiao, and Dragon's Tooth Villa. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Fei said coldly. The two of them checked once, then retreated behind Qin Fei and said, His bone age shows that he's exactly 28 years old. Only then did Qin Fei wave his hand and say, You've passed. Wu Deshang snorted heavily, showing his extreme dissatisfaction. Then, he flew back to the battleship of the Dragon's Tooth Villa. He glanced at the mobile suit intentionally or otherwise. His eyes seemed to be smiling, as if they could penetrate the defense of the suit. When Yun Xiao met the gaze, he was startled, and a cold feeling spread through his body. So strong. His heart trembled. His guess was right. The other party had a provocative look and knew that he must have seen through it, so there was no need to pretend anymore, so he was unscrupulous. Mu Zhuang could sense Yun Xiao's nervousness. He frowned and said, Young Master Yun, what's wrong? Wu Deshang's gaze just now made my heart go cold. Yun Xiao said, He is really unfathomable. This person's strength must have reached a terrifying level. Mu Zhuang's face turned ugly and he said, Unusually terrifying? Could it be the peak of perfection? That's too exaggerated. The peak of perfection? Yun Xiao's face was solemn, and his eyes shone with a cold light. A weak cyclone flowed between the two fists, and the words aroused Yun Xiao's infinite fighting will. Peak of perfection was an existence that possessed the strength of the god realm. Mu Jie shook her head and said, I think you're overthinking it, young Master Yun. How can there be so many young experts in this world? That person's bone age test was only 28 years old. A 28-year-old who has reached the peak of perfection. Ha! Impossible, impossible. He laughed out loud. Although there are very few ways to change one's bone age, and they are extremely heaven-defying, it's not impossible. Let's just wait and see, Yun Xiao said. He dispelled all the worries in his heart. His eyes flickered and his fighting spirit was high. Seeing this, Mu Zhuang and Mu Jie couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Mu Wanshan had stopped crying a long time ago. At this moment, when he looked at Yun Xiao, an extremely strange feeling spread in his heart. The first round of selection ended not long after. A total of 37 sect disciples were left. Yun Xiao was a little surprised. Why don't I see anyone from the Morong family? You know someone from the Murong family? Mu Zhuang asked in surprise. It seemed that something big had happened to the Murong family not long ago. They had sent a large number of masters to the realm of heavenly martial arts to hunt down someone, and many of them had been killed or injured. I'm afraid he's still in the midst of recuperating and plotting, so he won't have the energy to participate in the martial arts competition. Yunxiao's heart trembled slightly. The matter Mu Zhuang was talking about was most likely to hunt down Tian Si. It seemed that the Murong family had suffered heavy casualties in that battle. We have some history, but we're not familiar with each other. It's just that I'm curious since I haven't seen him yet. Yunxiao explained, but he could not calm down. Mu Zhuang said, now that all the contestants have come out, the final victory will still be fought between the AO clan, Corpse Fiend sect, Fuyao Palace, Dragon Tooth Villa, Bai Luo sect, and my Mu clan. If it wasn't for young Master Yun, I'm afraid Fenghua would only be able to get 6th place. In the crowd, Mu Fenghua's body trembled. He clenched his fists tightly and his face was full of shame and anger. Fenghua, you don't have to belittle yourself. This martial arts competition is indeed special. With the exception of the AO clan and the Fuyao Palace, all of them were considered to have cheated. However, you have to work harder. Today's battle will let you know how strong the peak of the younger generation is. Yes, Fenghua has learned. Mu Fenghua finally calmed down and bowed. On the Luofu Island, Qin Fei took a look at the water screen in the sky. The new round of battle was out. Except for the last place, everyone had an opponent. Yunxiao took a look at the match list. His opponent was Shi Ming, a disciple of the Tiger Leopard sect. He had observed him just now and found that he was only a 2-stars martial emperor, and he did not fight at all. Qin Fei said, the second round of the martial arts competition has begun. There won't be any rest before the top 12 are decided. All participants should make good use of the time to rest. The first group go on stage. Immediately, 2 warriors flew to Luofu Island and stood facing each other, looking at each other vigilantly. Yunxiao sat cross-legged in the air and began to sink into his cultivation world, completely cutting off all contact with the outside world and trying to adjust himself to his best condition. He was only a step away from the peak of 9-star and could break through this window paper at any time. The only thing he lacked was the accumulation of cultivation base. The pressure that Wu Deshang gave him made him calm and composed. The elemental energy in his body surged joyfully, and the entire world was left with only one type of pure energy. It flowed smoothly through his limbs and bones, as if thousands of years had passed. In the eternal tranquility, Yunxiao came back to his senses slightly. He seemed to feel countless runes surging around his body and sinking into the bone armor's blood. He knew that he had broken through and was about to break through the last barrier of the martial Tao. However, there was no joy or sorrow in his heart. He guarded the void like a mountain and felt the flow of energy. Countless rules were deposited in his body. In contrast to his calm state of mind, the entire mobile mechanical suit was in shock. Everyone watched in shock as countless power of laws fell from the sky, rose from the ground, and came out of the water, turning into dense golden runes that spun around Yunxiao and poured into his body. Upon closer inspection, these tiny runes were exactly the same as the ones on the chains of law. T-breakthrough. What? Mu Jie was shocked. He is breaking through to peak 9-star. His tone was filled with surprise and joy, but even more so with excitement. Mu Zhuang was also overjoyed. A breakthrough at this juncture had undoubtedly increased his chances of winning the first place. He immediately ordered, all elders, be on alert. No one is allowed to get close to the moving machine. All the disciples of the Mu family are to meditate and cultivate. They are to comprehend the rule force of this peak 9-star. It'll be hard for you guys to encounter such a situation a second time in your life. The Mu family's disciples, who were still in shock, reacted one after another. They sat cross-legged with great joy, feeling the baptism of the power. Mu Wanshan and Mu Fenghua also hurriedly closed their eyes to cultivate. This kind of supreme rule within a world was as deep as the sky, as deep as the earth, and as profound as the 4 seas. It made their hearts surge with excitement. Not only the people of the MU family, but everyone around the entire Luofu Island was shocked. Many people recognized that this was a peak rank 9 rule force, and they were all shocked. Even the two people who were fighting on the island were separated and looked at the runes spinning in the sky in horror. Someone from the MU family has broken through to peak 9-star? Qin Fei was shocked. Who is it? Wang Yangyu pondered and said, It can't be that Li Yunxiao, can it? When I was on the island just now, I observed that his cultivation was at the intermediate 9-star, only a fine line away from the peak. Qin Fei and Wang Tianlu were silent and watched quietly. The peak of the 9-star level represented the highest achievement in martial arts. Further up was the sublimation of the power of martial arts, from which the Tao and the self were one, extraordinary and divine. The entire sky above the ocean was filled with shock, but a large number of cultivators quickly reacted and went into meditation to cultivate with ecstasy. To be able to personally witness an expert breaking through to peak 9-star and feel the ultimate rule force was something that would not happen once in a lifetime. Everyone was extremely excited, rejoicing that they had made the right decision to come. Even the disciples of the big sects were sitting cross-legged and cultivating. For a while, no one paid attention to the Luofu Island. In the falling jade pavilion, Xiao Hong's body trembled as she said, It's Big Brother. Big Brother is breaking through. Are you sure it's Li Yunxiao? Yin Hong asked. Are you sure? Xiao Hong nodded her head with all her might and said with joy, I'm sure that it's Big Brother who's making a breakthrough. I didn't expect to see Big Brother here. This is great. Yin Hui frowned and murmured to himself. The one from the MU family is called Li Yunxiao. The one from the Dragon's Tooth Villa is also called Li Yunxiao. Which one is the real one? In the Green Leaf Worship, Chang Qingxi also looked up in surprise and said, Sai, we have another strong enemy. This man is not simple. Qingxi, you must be careful. Bai Yueshan walked over. Yes. I knew he was not simple back in the Eastern Sea. Chang Qingxi smiled. I was worried that Brother Wuxin's strength was not enough to take my power. This is a good chance to test my skills with this kid. Bai Yueshan's expression changed slightly. If I can win, I won't use that move if I can to avoid exposing too much of my strength. Moreover, your holy body is not mature yet, so it's likely that you'll suffer a backlash. You must take it easy. Don't worry, Elder Yueshan. Chang Qingxi giggled. I know what I'm doing. Bue shook her head shyly and said, AI. Jingqi is already in the competition. I'm afraid it's inevitable that you'll use that move. I hope you'll meet Jingqi again in the final round, so that you can catch him off guard and give him a fatal blow. Otherwise, his fiendish corpse puppet is no small matter, and you may not be able to withstand it. Don't worry, Chang Qingxi said, still smiling. I know what I'm doing. Her phoenix eyes narrowed with a smile as she looked at the law runes that filled the sky. She then slowly closed her eyes and calmed her heart to sense them. Haha! I've broken through. I've broken through. A cultivator in the sky suddenly laughed in ecstasy. The bottleneck that had been shackled for a long time had been broken, and his heart was incomparably happy, causing him to lose his composure and dance with joy. However, he immediately stopped laughing, and his face turned pale because he felt the murderous gazes around him, and a chill ran down his spine. The whole process of advancement wouldn't take too long. At this moment, every inch of time was like gold. No one wanted to be delayed for even a moment. If they were interrupted by this man, the dozens of people around them would want to kill him. Many people were overjoyed, and the light of breakthrough constantly flashed on many martial artists. The two men from the martial arts competition on the Luofu Island were bewildered. They were secretly angry about why they chose to have a martial arts competition at this time. The man in black on the left said, Friend, this is a rare opportunity. Why don't you and I calm down and comprehend the laws in the sky first? We'll continue the competition after that person has advanced. This was exactly what the man in gray on the right wanted. He immediately said, That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't waste it. Let's push back the martial arts competition. After he finished speaking, He immediately sat cross-legged in the air and began to comprehend the laws. The man in black grinned hideously. He suddenly raised his palm and circulated his chi, throwing out a palm strike with all his strength. He instantly moved in front of the man in gray, and his palm came down like a mountain. "You're so silly." "Ah!" The man in gray screamed and quickly defended himself, but it was too late. The palm hit his chest. Eft! A large mouthful of blood spurted out of the man's mouth. His aura instantly collapsed and he was sent flying. "You're shameless." He struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. The man in black sneered, "Humph! I'm shameless? All's fair in war. You're the one who's not smart enough." The man in gray could only feel his meridians breaking apart and his injuries becoming more and more serious. He gritted his teeth and said, "You actually gave up such a rare opportunity to gain insight into the peak laws and used it as a ruse. Is the victory of the martial arts competition more important than the progress of your martial Tao?" The black-robed man sneered. "Of course it's equally important. I'll send you to heaven as quickly as possible now. Won't you still be able to comprehend the laws in time? I can even obtain victory, having both the fish and the bear's paw, so why not?" His body flickered rapidly and rushed forward. He wanted to seize every minute and second to defeat his opponent so that he could comprehend the rules. The man in gray was flustered and exasperated. With such heavy injuries on his body, he knew that there was no hope of winning. He shouted, "With Lord Qin Fei, the opponent is despicable and shameless, winning with deceptive means. It's an unfair victory." Qin Fei glanced at him and said, "Since you're on the martial arts stage, you can use any means. Cheating is not against the rules." The man in gray's heart sank. His face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and said, "I admit defeat." The black-robed man's eyes flashed with a gloominess. He did not stop his palm attack, but instead increased his origin power. He knew that the enmity between the two of them had been completely formed, and the best way was to send the other party to the west. The man in gray was shocked and immediately understood that the other party was going to kill him. He roared, "I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." He was just about to detonate his dantian to fight for his life when an invisible force of spirit pressure suddenly appeared between the two of them. The black-clothed man's palm was immediately suppressed and could not advance any further. Qin Fei expressionlessly said, "The other party has already admitted defeat, so you can't kill him. If you want to settle your personal grudges, then please go outside the island. Hu Yugong wins and advances to the next round." He raised his head and announced. A trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the man in black. If he couldn't kill the other party this time, he would probably be a lifelong enemy. The man in gray glared at him viciously and immediately flew out of the island, returning to his own sect. Hu Yugong continued to stay on the island. He sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the laws that filled the sky. He didn't dare to leave the island to comprehend, afraid that the man in gray would come back and attack him. Qin Fei didn't seem like he was going to chase him away, and he said loudly, "A friend who has broken through to the peak of the 9th step is worthy of celebration. The rules of the Great Path run in a circle, and it's a rare opportunity. We'll wait for this friend to completely break through before we carry out the martial arts." Even the three from the natural mode ocean closed their eyes and started to comprehend the laws. In the sky above the ocean, a large number of cultivators began to shine with the light of breakthrough. Everyone was ecstatic, while those who hadn't broken through were anxious. If they couldn't break through even with such a rare opportunity, they were afraid that their martial path would come to an end. After a long time, the low runes that filled the sky started weakening before gradually dissipating. Only the mobile engine was left with many flashing runes around it. Everyone came back to their senses from their meditation and looked at the mobile engine with envy. The experts of the various large sects also opened their eyes. Other than the opportunities and benefits of comprehending peak regulations, they were even more shocked and confused. Qin Fei's face was also filled with shock as he said, "My lords, when you broke through to peak 9 star, how long did the process of comprehending the rules last?" Wang Yangyu opened his eyes and said, "It's only about 1/5 of the time this time." "I only have 1/5 of the time," Wang Tianlu nodded and said. "Then that's right, so is this old man," Qin Fei said in surprise. "However, why did this friend's breakthrough affect the rule force for 5 times longer than ours?" The 9-star peak experts on the continent were rare. Even if they were breaking through, most of them would be in the secret chamber for fear of being discovered and disturbed. Therefore, they rarely knew the state of others when they were breaking through. The conversation between the 3 of them was not deliberately concealed. The expressions of the peak 9-star experts around the Luofu Island changed because they only had 1/5 of the time to comprehend. It seemed that the 1/5 of the time was the normal state, and Yunxiao's breakthrough this time was definitely abnormal. "You have 5 times more time than us," Wang Yangyu said. "You're so lucky, my friend." His tone was filled with envy. In the eyes of ordinary people, a peak 9-star might be the top of the world, the limit of martial arts. However, only after they broke through did they understand that there was still a long way to go. Even if they were all peak 9-stars, the gap between them was still extremely huge. If they could comprehend for a little more time during the breakthrough, it would have a great impact on their future achievements. In the unmovable returning forest, Jing Qi muttered to himself with a face full of horror. 5 times more time. With his talent, he is extraordinary and divine. Ao Wuxin, Chang Qingxi, Yin Hui, and the other experts all looked grave. After reaching the peak of 9-star, other than competing in the accumulation of origin power, it was also the comprehension and condensation of rules. Only by constantly breaking through could one surpass martial arts and enter divine transcendence. Yunxiao, on the other hand, had 5 times more time to comprehend, so his chances of entering divine transcendence were almost 5 times higher than that of an ordinary peak 9-star. Inside the Dragon Tooth Villa's warship, Wu Deshang was also watching quietly. His frivolous face also revealed a look of surprise. The 2 identical beauties gently leaned on his sides. They were both slightly surprised because they had never seen their husband show such a surprised expression. This was the first time. Inside the mobile suit, Mu Zhuang and Mu Jie looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, only the movement engines were still flashing with runes. The disciples of the Mu clan were still in meditation, and their faces were filled with joy. The golden runes danced around Yunxiao's body, as if they had formed a frequency fluctuation and were constantly trembling. The elders of the Mu family had never heard of such a thing, so they all watched nervously. Then, the runes arranged themselves in a regular pattern and rotated like a nebula. There were 12 of them in total. At this time, Yunxiao also woke up. He was also shocked. In his last life, when he made a breakthrough, the time he took to comprehend the laws was no different from that of ordinary people. But this time, because of the constant trembling of the nomological light seal in front of his chest, the laws of the universe were triggered and did not dissipate for a long time. At this moment, the 12 nebulas arranged by runes were vibrating at the same frequency as the law light seal. It was as if they were sensing each other and reflecting each other. Suddenly, the voice of the Devil Lord Piyu came from within his body. "How dare you activate the natural order to strengthen the seal?" The devil essence under the seal was agitated, causing the qi and blood in his body to surge and become violent. The 12 nebulas around him were touched in an instant, and they flew into Yunxiao's body one by one. The power of the 12 laws spread out, shooting golden shadows into the sky. "What?" Yunxiao was shocked. "It's a misunderstanding." "Humph, misunderstanding?" the demon master said. "It's really a misunderstanding," Yunxiao said. "It's none of my business." "Kid, just you wait," Demon Master Piyu said coldly. "Yunxiao, he." The ball of demonic energy seemed to have quietened down, and there was no longer any sound from Demon Lord Piyu. The 12 illusory figures gradually disappeared, and everything slowly returned to normal. Yunxiao kept sending voice transmissions. Hey, Lord Piyu, are you still there? Lord Piyu." However, there was no more sound. He only felt that the seal on his chest had indeed strengthened. He didn't know if the Devil Lord Piyu had been completely sealed or if he was so angry that he was ignoring him. Not only that, but his strength had also made a qualitative leap after this breakthrough. His ability to comprehend rules was already far better than others, and this time he had 5 times more time to comprehend. As long as he was given some more accumulation and settlement, he would be able to step into the divine transcendence in a few days. Young Master Yun. What happened? Mu Zhuang asked carefully. He did not know what had happened when he saw Yun Xiao come back to his senses and smile wryly. Yun Xiao shook his head. I'm fine. Thank you, elders of the MU family, for protecting me, he said. Haha, what are you saying? Young Master Yun, you're being too polite. We're as close as a family. Mu Zhuang laughed out loud. He was obviously in a good mood. I see that young Master Yun's essence force is full after his breakthrough. It seems like he doesn't even need to stabilize his realm. Thanks to young Master Yun, all the disciples of the MU family have improved greatly. Mu Jie also smiled. Yun Xiao looked over and saw that all the disciples of the MU family had joy and gratitude on their faces, while Mu Wanshan's expression was extremely complicated, and he looked very nervous when Yun Xiao looked over. But she soon felt disappointed. Yun Xiao's eyes only swept across the crowd like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and he almost did not look at her. This is your own opportunity, Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. It's your own. Young Master Yun, you're too humble. I hope that after this martial arts competition, we'll be able to have a deeper exchange. The abnormality of this breakthrough was too great, and even the extremely conceited Mu family was trying to curry favor with him. I'm very interested in many things related to mechanical puppets, Yun Xiao said. I hope to learn more from the Mu family. Haha, golems. My Mu family is not humble in saying that we are the best in the world. Mu Zhuang laughed. Then, if I have any doubts, I'll ask you, Yun Xiao said. I'll be frank. You're very welcome, Mu Zhuang said. As expected, Yun Xiao did not hold back and began to ask some questions he had when he was studying the 6 Ding and 6 Jia. Mu Zhuang and the others were taken aback. Yun Xiao's question was extremely profound, and many of the MU family's disciples were confused. Even he had to think carefully before he could answer. He smiled bitterly. It turns out that young Master Yun also has such an achievement in puppetry. It's really unbelievable. This caused the people of the MU clan to be even more respectful. On the Luofu Island, the 3 men from the natural moat cliff also gradually came back to their senses. Many thanks to this friend from the MU family, the 3 of us have benefited greatly. Qin Fei cupped his fists and said loudly. Wang Yangyu and Wang Tianlu bowed slightly in respect as well. At their cultivation level, it was extremely difficult for them to improve even a little. They were overjoyed and grateful to receive such great benefits all of a sudden. Above the ocean, the various sects also bowed towards the mobile mecha. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you were constantly heard. This is your own opportunity, Yun Xiao said. It has nothing to do with me. There's no need to be so polite. Qin Fei immediately recognized Yun Xiao's voice. Although he had guessed it, he was still surprised after confirming it. Everyone didn't come to the martial arts competition in vain this time. It's an opportunity that's hard to find in one's life. I've comprehended many things, Wang Yangyu said. I'm extremely grateful. I'll remember this favor. Me too, Wang Tianlu said with a smile. But don't just focus on comprehending the rules. There are more important martial arts techniques. Let's continue with the martial arts competition. Qin Fei nodded. Hu Yugong, who had been meditating on the Luofu Island, finally left the island. Tang Jie of the Flying Dragon sect smiled and said to a disciple behind him, Xianxia, it's all up to you now. The corners of Yu Xiangjia's mouth raised slightly, revealing a mocking expression. He said, Please don't worry, sect master. I won't hurt that little girl. Haha. In a flash, he landed on the Luofu Island and looked at the Azure Heaven sect with a smile. Yun Xiao also stopped his inquiry about puppetry and looked down. The people of the MU family were also watching carefully. They could not see anything strange about Xiao Hong, so they were very skeptical of Yun Xiao's words. Xiao Hong slowly flew down from the battleship and landed in front of Yu Xianxia. She put her hands together and saluted. Please advise me. Little sister, you're too polite. I'll show you mercy, Xianxia said with a smile. Hee hee. Strange laughter could be heard from all around. Xiaohong looked a little nervous, and her face was red. In the Jade Drop sect, Inhui was also supporting his head with one hand, as if he couldn't bear to watch. All the disciples' faces were ashen, and their eyes were burning with anger. They wanted to rush to the island and tear Xianxia's detestable smile apart. Watch carefully, Inhui said. Don't let little Red get hurt. An elder behind him couldn't help but say, Sect Master, forgive me for saying more, but this martial arts technique. Inhui interrupted him directly. Since you know what to say, then don't. Keep an eye on her and don't let her get hurt. The elder was at a loss for words, but he had no choice. He could only sigh and shake his head. Don't worry, sect leader, one of the disciples said. No matter how bold the Flying Dragon sect is, they won't dare to hurt our people. On the Luofu Island, Qin Fei couldn't help but size up Xiaohong a few more times before saying, Let's start. Xiaohong immediately got into a fighting stance and stared at the other party nervously. Ha ha ha. Xianxia was amused by her appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaohong's face turned purple and anger flashed in her eyes. Don't laugh at me. She ran over quickly with two pink fists in her hands. With a leap, she performed a set of fist techniques, turning into hundreds of afterimages. Ha ha. Okay. I won't laugh. Xianxia endured the pain in his stomach. He blocked the harmless fists with one hand and held his stomach with the other. Xiaohong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He stopped his fist technique and started to quickly form hand seals in front of him. Who asked you to laugh at me? Who asked you to laugh at me? Bang! Suddenly, a transparent flower the size of a palm appeared in his palm. It was like fire and smoke. What? Mu Yu's eyes widened as she cried out involuntarily. The faces of Mu Zhuang and the other elders changed as well. They immediately remembered the flower. It was the white flower that had appeared when Mu Beirong provoked Yunxiao and was blown up by the divine steel puppet. This flower was even bigger than the one that the steel puppet had created. This was the third time that Mu Jie had seen it. The first time was in the hands of the Lingmu flute, so she was even more concerned about this kind of flame. What kind of fire is this? It's so terrifying. On the Luofu Island, Xiaohong's face was gloomy with anger. After forming a seal with both hands and striking out the ice fiend heart flame, he suddenly slapped it. What? Qin Fei's brows twitched as he stared at the flower. A strange feeling welled up in his heart, but he couldn't put his finger on what was strange. It didn't seem powerful, but he felt that it wasn't that simple. Ha ha! Little sister, you know how to control fire? Xianxia laughed and said, What a pity! My ultimate skill is water control. He made a simple hand seal, and a water dragon appeared in his palm. Let Big Brother give you a bath, haha. He slapped his palm at the flame. Boom! The moment the two forces came into contact, a blinding white light exploded, burning everyone's eyes. Xianxia and Xiaohong's bodies were immediately swallowed by that force. A huge flower of light bloomed quietly on the Luofu Island. Ah! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The three men from the natural moat cliff opened their mouths so wide that they could swallow watermelons. They were the closest to the flower, so they could feel the scorching heat and the terrifying power even more. Under this extremely high temperature, the three of them felt cold all over and their palms were covered in cold sweat. Ah! Was also heard in the Jade Drop sect. Inhui suddenly raised his head and looked outside, saying in shock and anger, Damn the Flying Dragon sect! You actually dared to use such a vicious method on Xiaohong. The elder behind him said awkwardly, This no, sovereign, this Wufu. He stammered and could not speak clearly. What's this? Inhui said angrily. Didn't I tell you to look after him? The elder's head was covered in cold sweat as he said awkwardly, You've misunderstood. This explosion was caused by Xiaohong, not the Flying Dragon sect. Inhui was stunned. his anger instantly turning into dullness as he said in shock, "What? What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly just now. You said that the explosion was caused by Little Red." The elder was stumped by the question. He also felt incredulous and strange. Could it be that he was hallucinating? He tried his best to recall the scene just now and said in a daze, it seems so." In Hui couldn't be bothered with him and hurriedly looked outside. The light from the explosion of the ice fiend heart flame was dazzling and even swallowed his divine sense, making him unable to see the situation inside. A moment later, a figure was revealed. Xiao Hong was standing on the Luofu Island, gasping for breath. Her red face was covered in sweat. Xianxia had already disappeared. Where is he? Everyone widened their eyes and rubbed them repeatedly, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Tang Jie and the Flying Dragon Sect's disciples were so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses. Their faces were dull as if they had been petrified. Where's Xianxia? Tang Jie finally moved his fingers and came back to his senses, but his face was still full of confusion. He searched the Luofu Island with his divine sense and eyes and said thoughtfully, that earth-shattering attack just now shouldn't have been able to escape with Xianxia's strength. Where did he hide? The three men from the natural moat cliff exchanged a look, and they could see the shock and fear in each other's eyes. Qin Fei also wiped his sweat and said, Xianxia of the Flying Dragon Sect has been annihilated. Not even a strand of hair was left. Xiao Hong of the Jade Drop Sect wins. Ah! This result once again shocked everyone. What did it mean to lose all their hair? The common saying of turning into ashes meant that there would at least be broken corpses and rotten flesh. At the very least, there would still be ashes. If there were no hairs, then it meant that everything had been burned. It was completely 100% burned out and directly turned into smoke. Tang Jie. Yay! I won! I really won! Xiao Hong was overjoyed. She clapped her hands happily and waved her arms and legs, saying loudly, Lord Sect Master, Big Brother Yunxiao, did you see that? I've won! In her joy, she jumped high into the sky and flew into the warship. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said with a wry smile, She still remembers me. From the looks of it, the power that Xiao Hong had just displayed was her true strength. No matter what cultivation level she was at, her rainbow body controlling the ice fiend heart flame was enough to defeat all experts. How was Di now? How did she end up in the Bai Luo sect? Yunxiao's heart was filled with doubts, and he was trying to find a chance to figure it out. The people of the Mu family gradually came back to their senses, and the way they looked at Yunxiao changed again. Young Master Yun, Mu Zhuang said, that girl called you brother. Are you her biological brother? Yunxiao's forehead was covered in sweat as he said in a daze. Of course not. We met for a while, but he was kidnapped by bad people and disappeared. I'm also curious as to why she's here. The hearts of the Mu family members became heavy. Xiao Hong was as powerful as Yunxiao had said. So Wu Deshang from Dragon's Tooth Villa should be a real super expert. Yin Hui, that old fox, he actually dared to hide so deeply. I was almost fooled by him, Mu Zhuang muttered. What he didn't know was that Yin Hui's shock was at least 100 times greater than his. Within the sect, everyone looked at Xiao Hong in shock. Their disdain and contempt had completely transformed into shock and fear. Xiao Hong clenched his fists in excitement and said, I won! Lord Sect Leader, did you see that? Yin Hui shuddered and came back to his senses. He looked Xiao Hong up and down a few times, and confirmed that she was indeed a martial lord. That flame just now, what was that? He stuttered. I don't know either, Xiao Hong replied. Whenever I'm angry, my body becomes especially violent, and those white sparks will come out. The people of the Bai Luo sect were all shocked. From her tone, it seemed that she had an extremely special body that could produce that terrifying fire with the fluctuation of her emotions. Then can Xiao Hong use fire when she's not angry? Yin Hui asked. Little Red tilted her head and thought for a moment. I've tried. Sometimes it works, but the success rate isn't high. Yin Hui more or less understood now. Xiao Hong had a kind of physique with extremely terrifying potential, but she was unable to control it at will. No wonder that Lord would let her participate in the martial arts competition. Perhaps it was to let her continue to grow. Xiao Hong was still in a state of excitement as she clenched her fists and calculated. We just need to win one more time to enter the top 12. Little Red, work hard. Little Red, you can do it. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that with the power of your move just now, there was probably no need to fight the next round, and the opponent would directly admit defeat. Little Red's heaven-shaking move cast a shadow over the hearts of all the contestants. Who could guarantee that they could withstand or dodge such a terrifying move? Even if he was lucky enough to withstand one move, would he be able to withstand the second or third? In the next few martial arts competitions, both sides had gloomy faces and didn't smile or speak. It was as if Xianxia's strange laughter was still echoing on the island. Soon it was Yunxiao's turn. As he stood on the Luofu Island, he immediately attracted countless respectful and grateful gazes. Even the three men from the natural moat ocean smiled and cupped their fists. The opponent admitted defeat with a bitter smile and didn't even go to the island. Yunxiao smiled and waved at the others before flying back to the mobile suit. Hundreds of people have used young Master Yun's breakthrough as an opportunity to advance and win the hearts of many, Mu Zhuang said with a smile. This martial arts competition will definitely be a legend for the ages. After that, Jing Qi, Ao Wuxin, and Cheng Qingxi all won without a fight and advanced directly. That Wu Deshang has left the stage, Mu Yu said in a serious tone. The people of the Mu family all looked over nervously. Xiao Hong's amazing performance had already shocked everyone. And this time, they were staring at Wu Deshang without blinking. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and a circle of strange runes spread out around his eyes, like two tiny arrays embedded in them. He wanted to see Wu Deshang's every move clearly. Wu Deshang was still acting like a nouveau riche, ordering people around arrogantly. He stared at the other party with a cold face and shouted, "Humph! This young master is here, and you still dare to come out and fight. It seems you're really tired of living." That martial artist was Bailey Fu from the God-Wind Valley. He sneered, "I'm sorry. In my heart, young Master Yunxiao is only the one from the Mu family. I'll take care of you, fake. It's a pity that you've ruined the pair of sisters in the Dragon Tooth Villa." "Damn it!" Wu Deshang was furious and roared. "Look at how this young master will deal with you for underestimating me." The aura on his body burst out. He was a peak 7 stars martial emperor, and he was a little stronger than when he had met him in Yongxiang City. Wu Deshang's 5 fingers turned into a claw and directly grabbed the other party's throat. This was a move of naked contempt. Bailey Fu was furious. His body swayed slightly as he kicked, and the tip of his foot glowed with a cold light. Pa! Ah! Wu Deshang's hook was kicked away, and he immediately retracted his palm in pain. His fierce look turned into a wah-wah scream. The Mu clan's members were all speechless. Mu Jie frowned. I was able to send his claw flying with a kick from someone of the same rank. That look of pain was not an act at all. Yunxiao could see them even more clearly. Even the primordial energy fluctuations around them were fully displayed under his magical spirit eyes. Just now, Bailey Fu's kick had indeed broken Wu Deshang's palm defense, and he had concentrated all his strength into one point. When they made contact, it exploded, and a large amount of qi rushed into Wu Deshang's palm, which caused him to feel pain and his arm to go numb. It was impossible for him to fake these details. In other words, Wu Deshang's current strength was indeed only at the peak of 7 stars martial emperor, or even less. This was because Bai Li Fu was only a mid-stage 7 stars martial emperor, but he had already surpassed him in terms of combat strength. Mu Zhuang trusted Yunxiao very much at this moment. Let's just wait and see. Xiao Hong's strength has never exceeded a martial lord's, but she still won in one move. The people of the Mu family all nodded and continued to watch the battle. After Bailey Fu kicked Wu Deshang away, he had a certain estimation of his opponent's strength and was secretly happy. He was afraid that he was not a match for Wu Deshang, who was half a realm lower than him, but now he was bold enough to attack. Taking advantage of the pain in Wu Deshang's palm, he jumped up and kicked him several times in a row, each kick aimed at his vital parts. Wu Deshang was shocked and quickly covered his lower body with his hands. The kicks landed on his eyes, throat, heart, and brain, causing him to bleed. Wu Deshang felt blood gushed out of his throat as he was injured in many places. He swallowed the blood in one gulp and quickly retreated. "Ha ha! You want to leave?" Bailey Fu laughed maniacally and immediately rose into the air. His body was like a whirlwind as he flew away. Wu Deshang was both shocked and angry. He turned around and ran toward the center of the island in a flash. Boom! Bailey Fu's move missed, shaking up a large amount of gravel on Luofu Island. He was bewildered and shouted, "Don't you dare leave!" His body flew up once more and chased after her. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen someone run away from a fight in a martial arts competition. Xianxia was also stunned. Wu Deshang had really fled. He could clearly see that Wu Deshang was indeed injured and could no longer fight. What's going on? He was confused. Although the entire island was huge, it was nothing to a high-level martial sovereign. The two of them quickly began to chase each other on the Luofu Island. Wu Deshang's body movement technique was unknown, but there was always a ball of green light under his feet. No matter how Bailey Fu attacked, he couldn't hit him. Every attack missed by just a few points. Don't run. As a participating disciple of the Dragon's Tooth Villa, don't you feel ashamed of running around like this? Bailey Fu had gone a little crazy. No matter how he attacked, he was just a little bit off. He immediately cursed. "You can't even hit me with all your might," Wu Deshang said coldly. "As a disciple of God Wind Valley, don't you feel ashamed? You coward!" Bailey Fu was extremely depressed. He slowed down his movements, but he realized that he was still a little short. He could not help but calm down. This proved that the other party's movement technique had not been used to its limit, so no matter how he attacked, he was still dodging to a fixed degree. Xianxia was also very surprised. He could naturally see that Wu Deshang had escaped with ease, and wondered if he had escaped from Yongxiang City with this movement technique. "This movement technique is so brilliant. I can't even see through it," Mu Zhuang said. "Every step seems to be very casual," Yunxiao said. "But in fact, it contains complicated laws of heaven and earth, and every step is the best position." "Young Master Yun, can you tell the origin of this footwork?" Mu Zhuang asked in surprise. Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I've also studied movement techniques. The founding principle of any movement technique is to make the body move to the best result. So it must be in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. This set of footwork is the most in harmony with the laws I've ever seen." He was constantly calculating Wu Deshang's steps in his mind, but he felt that it was extremely complicated, and his brain could not keep up with the speed. Suddenly, Che Yu's voice sounded in his mind. He was filled with shock. "That's the true dragon avatar." "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "Isn't the true dragon Dharma body supposed to strengthen the body and turn it into a dragon's body?" "That's a misunderstanding," Che Yu said. "True dragons are born from the essence of heaven and earth, and they are almost condensed from the rules themselves. A true dragon is not only strong physically, but also most compatible with the great Tao of heaven and earth in terms of attack, defense, speed, and other aspects." "Then why do you only have your muscles swell and your body turn into a dragon every time you use the true dragon Dharma body?" Yunxiao asked. "Are you making fun of me?" Che Yu said angrily. "If my true dragon Dharmakaya can be completed, I will be able to transform into a dragon and kill all gods in my way. You will be the first one I kill." "Humph!" Yunxiao snorted coldly. "It seems that you won't be able to achieve great things in your life." "Humph!" Che Yu snorted and said, "This is weird. This kid's body is extremely weak. How can he have such an exquisite true dragon avatar? Maybe this guy only learned a set of footwork," Yunxiao said. "If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. No one will take you for a fool. The astral dharma of the Dharmakaya was the law of the heavenly Tao, and his set of steps was a law, not a divine power. In this world, other than the Maha ancient character that once appeared, is there anything else that can inherit the rules?" "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. "Do you mean that he might have obtained the inheritance of the Maha ancient scripture?" That's one of the possibilities. The other possibility is that this person is also a descendant of the true dragon, and has awakened a certain ability, thus creating this footwork on his own. He doesn't look like someone who understands the Maha ancient language, Xianxia said. It's most likely the latter. Yu laughed coldly. If he comprehended the rules through the power of his bloodline, then his bloodline must be thick to a certain extent, perhaps even no less than mine. But do you see any dragon's might or dragon's breath on him? What? Xianxia was surprised. Did he inherit it through the Maha ancient language? In this world, apart from the Sea Emperor, was there anyone else who could recognize the ancient scripture? Even the Sea Emperor, Poron, is unable to read hundreds of words. Yes, that's why I said he's weird, Yu muttered. Who doesn't know that he's strange? Xianxia scolded. Do I need you to tell me that? Null. You bastard, at least I know what's weird about him. You don't even know how he's weird. Yu retaliated. Since his footwork is so powerful, Xianxia said, does that mean no one can hit him? Of course not, Yu snorted. All we have to do is lock the space. However, I'm afraid that no one in the same rank can hit him. This martial arts duel is either won by him or a draw. Xianxia was lost in thought. This Wu Deshang was too strange, and he felt that it was not just a problem of his pace, but also seemed to be hiding a deep secret. Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech was heard. Bailey Fu was hit in the chest by Wu Deshang, and he was sent flying backward after spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? Everyone was shocked, and their eyes widened. Old dragon, Xianxia asked in surprise. Did you see what he did just now? Wasn't I talking to you? I didn't see anything. You've been using the power of the moon pupil all this time, but you didn't see it. Chatting will ruin my life, Xianxia said in frustration. It's a joke. Elder Muyu, did you see how Wu Deshang attacked? He turned around and asked. Mu Jie also used her wondrous spiritual eyes to carefully observe and was not distracted. After thinking for a while, she said, there's nothing strange about it. I just punched out like this and hit Bailey Fu's chest. It's just that it's too ordinary, so I don't find it strange. On the contrary, it's strange. That punch looked normal, but it's not normal at all. It must have been thoroughly tempered to be able to deliver such a normal punch, Mu Zhuang said. Both Xianxia and Yu were shocked at the same time, and they cried out in surprise, True Dragon Avatar! The True Dragon Avatar is a combination of strength, attack, defense, and speed, Yu said in a deep voice. He must have used an attack that was close to the laws. To be able to grasp the attack and speed of the True Dragon Avatar, one is already invincible among those of the same level. Have you mastered the other two? Xianxia asked. Of course not, Yu said. Didn't you see that he's starting to bleed? His strength and defense are trash. His eyes lit up and he smacked his lips. Tisk, tisk. We can't let this guy go. Capture him and refine him. I want to force out the origin of the power of these two Dharmakaya. If that's all he can do, Xianxia said, there's nothing to fear. What I find strange is, can humans also cultivate the true dragon Dharmakaya? Yu was stunned for a moment. He also became silent. It's all comprehension of the rules of the great Tao, so it should be possible. However, without a dragon's body, it was very difficult to grasp such a great Tao. It was indeed strange. This person is most likely related to the Dragon Clan. In any case, it's definitely not wrong to capture him first. Wu Deshang had been running for a long time before he seized the opportunity to throw a punch. It was an ordinary and inconspicuous punch, but it directly determined the victory. After Bailey Fu was hit, he only felt that the timing of that punch was indescribable. It just happened to hit the weakest part of his qi circulation, causing the entire body structure to collapse and his vital qi to be cut off. It caused a chain reaction in his body, and all his aperture acupoints were damaged. His heart trembled wildly. He didn't know if this punch was calculated so exquisitely and accurately by the other party, or if it was an accidental coincidence. Although he was inclined to the latter, the probability was too low. No matter what, Bailey Fu no longer had time to think about this. The situation had been reversed. He was half a realm weaker than Wu Deshang, and he had been attacking wildly. Now that he was injured, the situation became more and more worrying. Haha! Who asked you to chase after this young master? Watch how I slaughter you. Wu Deshang suddenly jumped up and sent a flying kick. Bailey Fu hurriedly put his hands in front of his body to defend. The force of the kick landed on his arms, and he could clearly hear the sound of bones cracking. He kept retreating, and the ground cracked with every step he took. It was clear how heavy the force was. Eft! Bailey Fu couldn't take it anymore and spat out another mouthful of blood. After that, Wu Deshang showed no mercy. His fists rained down without any pattern, causing Bailey Fu to vomit blood continuously. Yun Xiao watched quietly. The fist momentum was indeed without any order. At this moment, Wu Deshang's momentum was unstoppable, and he was in a sure-win situation. It was easy to crush him with the gap in Cultivation realm. After all, using the true dragon avatar also consumed a great deal of origin power. Stop fighting. We admit defeat. The Holy Wind Sect's sect master saw that he could not change the situation and immediately stood up to admit defeat. Bailey Fu's face was full of resentment and unwillingness as he stared at Wu Deshang. What, you're still not convinced? If you're not convinced, I'll hit you again. Wu Deshang's eyes widened in anger. He raised his fist and was about to punch, but he was bound by an invisible force and couldn't move. He knew that it was the three from the natural mode ocean. Li Yunxiao from Dragon's Tooth Villa wins, said Qin Fei indifferently. Wu Deshang snorted coldly, flicked the dust off his clothes, and shouted in all directions, I'm Li Yunxiao. Remember this. Whoever dares to disobey me, I'll beat him with my fists until he is convinced. Shoo! Boos came from all around, filled with disdain and contempt. What idiot! It wasn't easy for him to win. Did he forget that he was beaten up and had to run around? To actually dare impersonate Lord Cloudsky's name. This fellow is really courting death. We're all indebted to young Master Yunxiao. Why don't we join hands and teach this idiot an unforgettable lesson when he comes up? Good. This suggestion is very much to my liking. The sky above the ocean was suddenly filled with killing intent. Hundreds of cold and sharp eyes were staring at Wu Deshang. Although he was a peak 7-stars martial emperor, the aura of hundreds of people condensed together and was as majestic as a mountain, causing Wu Deshang's expression to change drastically. Cough, cough. You guys are really giving face to my Dragon's Tooth Villa. A slight cough came from the Dragon Tooth Villa's warship. Everyone immediately recognized who it was, and their faces changed. They couldn't help but take a step back in the air. The iron bucket-like momentum suddenly collapsed, and Wu Deshang took the opportunity to leap up and fly back to the warship. It's Zhu Tianhan. I didn't think that he would still be so protective of this impostor, Mu Zhuang replied. I'll figure out this man's true face in the final, Yun Xiao said. I'll make sure to find out his true face. He is definitely not as simple as he looks. That's right. It's impossible for him to win Zhu Tianhan's attention if he only relied on his movement techniques. Young Master Yun, you have to be careful. It would be best if he could meet Jingqi Ao Wuxin and the others in the final. Hehe, that would be interesting. My lord, your plan to deal with Jingqi can be put on hold, Yun Xiao said. With Jingqi here, he might be of help. Oh, are you sure you don't want me to do anything to Jingqi? Mu Zhuang asked. Yes. Yun Xiao nodded. The more experts, the better. The more chaotic it is, the more chances there will be. Mu Zhuang pondered for a while and said, under the circumstances where we can't control the overall situation, the more chaotic it is, the better it is. In that case, I will postpone the matter of dealing with Jingqi. The matter of him killing 2 of my elders will be resolved sooner or later. After the battle with Wu Deshang, the rest of the matches were calm. Soon, 19 powerhouses were decided, and they entered the final round of the top 20. In the final selection, 10 people will be chosen from 19 powerhouses, and another 2 will be chosen from the remaining 9. A total of 12 people will enter the final. For the sake of fairness, we'll invite the 19 powerhouses to come on stage and draw lots again. Draw lots again? Everyone was shocked, but they didn't have much of a reaction. After all, it didn't matter if they drew or not. Only the 19th ranked cultivator's expression didn't look too good. If it was according to the original rules, he could have directly advanced into the top 10, but now he was most likely going to enter the war. It's so troublesome to fight a few rounds, the fat monk said. Why don't you give our Wuxin the right to advance directly without fighting? Anyway, Wuxin's first place is what the public wants. The crowd snorted. If the fat monk had said this before the selection round, most of them would have believed him. But now, they were all sneering. Although Ao Wuxin might not lose, the chances of him getting first place had been greatly reduced. It was quiet all around the Luofu Island. Everyone was discussing in a low voice. Only 3 contestants were on the island and standing there quietly. Qin Fei said, "All participants, please get on the stage within 10 breaths. Otherwise, you will be treated as forfeiting. Those who are dissatisfied, please get lost." As soon as he finished speaking, several rays of light landed on the island. All 12 of them were present. Most people's eyes fell on Yunxiao, and they all had complicated expressions. "Big brother," Xiaohong called out nervously. Yunxiao smiled. "Xiaohong is only this big now. I was very worried when you were caught by the bad guys. So Big Brother still remembers me. I'm so happy." Xiaohong's face was flushed red. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. So these 2 people knew each other. Yunxiao looked up and said in a serious voice, "Brother Deshang, after we parted at Yongxiang City, how is your swollen face that I slapped?" "What nonsense are you talking about? You're Wu Deshang." Wu Deshang was furious. "I'm Li Yunxiao." "Eh?" Yunxiao said in surprise. "I'm just calling you Brother Deshang. How did you know your surname is Wu?" Wu Deshang was stunned for a moment. Then he snorted coldly. "Don't try to be glib with me. I'll let you know how powerful I am later." "I'm looking forward to it," Yunxiao sneered. "Don't worry, Big Brother," Xiaohong said. "I'll beat him up for you later. He actually pretended to be you." Wu Deshang glared at Xiaohong and grinned. Little girl, you've developed well. Big Brother will give you a physical examination later." Xiaohong didn't understand what he was saying and snorted. "I don't want you to check me. I'm perfectly fine." "Ha ha ha." Laughter suddenly came from all around. Many of them were making weird sounds and even whistling. Wu Deshang also laughed. "What a pure girl. What a pure body. Ha ha." A glint flashed in his eyes. But Yunxiao had been paying attention to him, and he immediately caught the sharp look in his eyes. He was slightly startled. "That pure body? Has he discovered something? You really are a shameless slut." "Xiaohong," Cheng Qingxi scolded coldly. "I'll beat this bastard with you later." "Great," Wu Deshang said angrily. "You little girl, don't think that you're awesome just because you have the thunderous treasured body. To tell you the truth, you're more like carrying my shoes." Cheng Qingxi's body trembled, and her eyes were filled with horror, and then burst with endless killing intent. "Thunderclap treasured body?" Yunxiao was slightly taken aback. He knew that this must be the name of the Fuyao Palace's saintly being, but he could not find any clues even after searching through his memory. Looking at Cheng Qingxi's murderous look, Wu Deshang was probably right, but how did he know? He couldn't have seen through it at a glance, right? Yunxiao was even more shocked. The rest of the people also had a flash of surprise in their eyes as they began to think. The Fuyao Palace of Thousand Leaves Island had an extremely high status among the reclusive families, and the sacred body that had been passed down from generation to generation was even more fascinating. However, no one knew the details, and they did not want to be exposed by the fake Yunxiao. Wu Deshang said smugly, "What, you want to kill me? You're not qualified." "Is that so?" Cheng Qingxi asked coldly. "I hope it will be as you wish." Wu Deshang didn't take it seriously. He looked confident and sneered. Qin Fei was also secretly shocked, but his expression did not change. He took out an iron box and placed it in his hand. There are 19 cards in total. Only number 0 is odd and can advance directly. The rest of the cards, number 1 to 9, will be used for martial arts. He patted the metal box. An array of light instantly scattered into the sky. 19 metal plates flew out and dispersed like fireworks, turning into 19 streams of light. It was unusually gorgeous. At the moment the stream of light was released, a green light flashed. Xianxia was the first to make a move. He teleported over and grabbed one of the cards. Pa! Suddenly, a pale white palm struck his forearm, and as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down, his entire arm immediately sank and lost its direction. The owner of the arm flickered and was faster than him by a point, grabbing the card. My lord's strength is extraordinary. You should give me this card. Xianxiao's pupils constricted as he reached out to grab Jingqi. His 5 fingers seemed to hook on Jingqi's right shoulder, and actually pinched a little bit. It felt like he was grabbing hard wood, and his skin was not elastic at all. No wonder everyone called him a dead zombie. Xianxia clenched his fingers and pulled hard. Jingqi's hand was only 3 inches away from the iron metal, but Xianxia pulled it away. He snorted and did not turn around. His body swayed slightly and he kicked backward, forming an arc of light. Xianxia, on the other hand, shrank his body and leaped into the air as light as a swallow. Following the arc of light from the kick, he flipped in the air and his right hand, which was holding Jingqi's left shoulder, turned into a palm and slapped down. After pressing down Jingqi's body, he used the force to teleport away. This lord has never had the virtue of giving way to the pair. Jingqi snorted coldly. His eyes glowed with a green light as he clenched his fingers in the air. The space in front of him twisted, and the metal token was sucked into a spatial stream before disappearing. Xianxia had just teleported over, but his right hand grabbed nothing. How wicked! Jingqi had only used a small area of space distortion, so the iron metal would only move in the air above the island and not go too far. Haha! This single zero is mine. Suddenly, a strange laugh was heard. Wu Deshang's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were shining as he looked around in the void. With a step, he incredulously appeared 100 feet away and stretched out his hand into the void. The space was pulled out like marshmallow, and a metal plate appeared in the barrier between his fingers. His face was filled with joy as he laughed. Haha! You let me win! You let me win! Humph, you want to take 0? Dream on. You should take the same number as me. Chang Qingxi's cold voice rang out. She made a hand seal and rule force immediately emerged around her. Minor teleportation technique. She flicked her fingers, and the nearest flying iron plate suddenly disappeared, switching with the one inside the wizardry barrier at Wu Deshang's fingertips. Wu Deshang's expression changed suddenly. The force of the ward in his palm dissipated, and the iron plate fell down. He turned his hand over and saw that it was number 7. The number 0 was moved far away and shot into the sky. Xianxia and Jingqi flashed at the same time and chased after the number plate. Chang Qingxi chuckled, but her eyes were filled with killing intent. Just wait for your death. She also disappeared in a flash and grabbed the other number 7 metal plate in her hand, looking at him with a "you're dead" expression. Wu Deshang's expression changed slightly. He sneered, "You're number 7. Can't this young master change?" His eyes fell on the nearest cultivator, and with a single step, he instantly appeared next to him, snatching his iron plate and placing his number 7 card into his opponent's hand. The entire movement was as smooth as floating clouds and flowing water, as if it had happened in an instant. The man only reacted after a few breaths. He looked at the number in his hand and then at Chang Qingxi, his face ashen. "You are a fake Li Yunxiao." Chang Qingxi was also angry. "Do you have no shame?" "Haha, I'm resourceful." Wu Deshang laughed. "You have a good plan. I have a wall ladder. Ha ha ha. You'll fall into my hands one day," Chang Qingxi said coldly. If she tried to snatch another number, Wu Deshang could also snatch it and exchange it, but it was useless. Therefore, he directly sat cross-legged and ignored her. The martial artist whose number plate had been stolen was called Zhao Ritian. He was also an 8 stars martial emperor and had a high chance of entering the top 12. But now that his opponent was Chang Qingxi, all hope was lost. Boundless anger rushed to his head, and he drew his sword and slashed at Wu Deshang, roaring, "I, Zhao Ritian, am not convinced. Give me back my number plate. Boom! As the sword chi fell, a crack about 3 meters deep and 1,000 feet long appeared on the ground. The Luofu Island's ground was extremely solid. If it was on any other island, half of the island would have been destroyed. Wu Deshang had been on guard for a long time. He dodged to the side and dodged the sword from a distance. Zhao Ritian's face was as pale as paper, and his eyes were spitting fire as he chased after him. He was in a state of madness. Although Wu Deshang wasn't afraid, he was depressed to be chased all the time. He shouted, "Pig! If you don't want to fight with that crazy woman, you should go and grab someone else's number plate." These words reminded Zhao Ritian that he knew he could not catch up with Wu Deshang. It would be good if he could snatch someone else's. He immediately turned his eyes to the weaker martial artists. It immediately alerted everyone, and they all retreated. Only a cultivator standing 100 feet away was still standing there calmly, as if he was not afraid. Zhao Ritian swept his divine consciousness and was immediately overjoyed. That martial artist only had the strength of a 4-star martial emperor, so he would definitely be captured. He immediately pointed his long sword at the man's throat and stopped 3 inches away from it. He shouted, "If you don't want to die, then exchange your number plate with mine." The man smiled wryly and immediately took out his number plate. "Number 3, the other number 3 is Ao Wuxin. Sir, if you want it, you can change it." Eft. Zhao Ritian spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Get lost!" If he were to fight against Ao Wuxin, his winning rate would be almost in the negative. In his anger, he immediately used the back of his sword to hit this person, knocking him over, and then rushed to the other martial artists. At this moment, in the sea around Luofu Island, everyone's eyes were drawn to the sky. Yunxiao and Jingqi were constantly crossing each other, fighting for the iron plate number 0, which would directly advance to the next round. In just a few short breaths, the two had exchanged hundreds of moves. Yunxiao's body was covered in a golden light as he unscrupulously unleashed the imperishable golden body. Ao Wuxin was shocked when he saw this from below. Instinctively, he felt that Yunxiao's imperishable golden body was different from his, but he could not tell what was wrong. A brand new approach? Without any talent in body tempering, Yunxiao is really an unparalleled genius to be able to cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique to such an extent. Ao Wuxin sighed with emotion in his heart. Their Ao family was a body tempering family that had been passed down from generation to generation. But for so many years, only he and Ao Chongkong had the same talent because of their outstanding talent. That was why they could cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique. Many geniuses in the clan had spent too much time and energy studying the tyrant body tempering technique, hoping to find a path that suited everyone, but all of them had failed without exception. The two men in the sky were getting more and more furious. As Yunxiao's fists and palms opened and closed, sword chi flew around him, extremely sharp and cutting through the void with each strike. A cloud of white smoke was dancing around Jing Qi's arm. It was the poison of the Jiuxia profound feather, but it couldn't break through the demonic aura protection of his opponent. At the beginning, the two of them were only fighting for the sword, but as they fought, their strength gradually increased and they became more desperate. If Yunxiao had been afraid of Jing Qi before, he had now stepped into the peak of 9 stars, which was enough to fight with divine transcendence without any concern. "Since you're so stubborn, brother Jing Qi, I'll have to send you to the west first." Yunxiao's face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. All of a sudden, he transformed into a transcendence golden body with 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms kept forming hand seals in front of him, and the surrounding spiritual chi gushed in wildly. A vigorous power gushed out from the 3 hand seals. Everyone was shocked. On one hand, they were awed by the powerful divine ability, and on the other hand, they sighed at Yunxiao's words. He had just reached the peak of the 9-star level, while Jing Qi had been an expert who had reached the divine transcendence level for many years. It was hard to say who would send the other to his death. Floating like a dream, flying with a seal, the sea of suffering in the mortal world, transcending the other shore, boundless heaven and earth, 6 paths of reincarnation. His 6 hands formed different hand seals, which were the floating life seal, the mortal world seal, and the heaven and earth seal. They were all placed in front of him, shining with golden light like the sun and the wheel. 3 mighty forces swirled around the avatar as Xianxia raised his 3 seals at the same time and condensed them into one in the sky, forming a golden light shield that was several acres in size, with tens of millions of runes rolling and flashing inside. Boom, boom, boom. There seemed to be thunder rumbling inside the golden light shield like a heavy rain. The entire golden light shield actually transformed into 3 golden dragons, roaring and rolling in the air. Xianxia was also surprised. It was his first time trying to combine the 3 seals into one, and he did not expect it to produce such an effect. In his previous life, he had also thought of using this technique, but he had never succeeded. Only under the 3-headed and 6-armed Transcendence golden body could he use it freely and complete the 3 seals as one. Dragons were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. When pure power was condensed to a certain extent, it was the easiest for it to take the form of a dragon. After rolling in the air for a while, the 3 golden dragons roared and charged at Jingqi as the golden light of the seal fell. The scene was too shocking. The entire sky was covered in a golden ocean, and the 3 dragons seemed to have come from the vast sky. The magnificent scene was shocking. Jingqi was a little surprised, but he did not panic. As long as Xianxia did not use that shocking sword strike, he was confident that he could take it. A layer of livor mortis appeared on his thin body, and his face turned ferocious. His body continued to expand, and 2 fangs grew out. He raised his large hand that was covered in livor mortis, and several thick golden arcs of light continuously appeared on his arm. They were actually lightning. Jingqi opened his mouth and let out a roar. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the thunderbolt. Half of the sky turned blood red. Xianxia was also an expert with thunder divine abilities, but he had never seen such a bloody thunderbolt, which was full of ruthlessness, bloodiness, and strangeness. However, when the 3 seals combined to form a golden dragon, its energy was vast and majestic. It was specialized in breaking this kind of evil thing. Boom! The 3 golden dragons charged into the blood-red lightning. The dragons were immediately wrapped in blood-red lightning, and countless arcs of electricity flickered. However, the dragon's body trembled, and a large area of blood began to spread. Jingqi's expression changed drastically. He put his hands together again, and the jade coffin flew out from behind him, falling into the thunder. Boom! As soon as the jade coffin fell into the thunderbolt, a terrifying power spread out. The 3 golden dragons seemed to be nailed and struggled violently. Their bodies were constantly disintegrating, turning into countless symbols that danced in the sky and scattered in all directions. It was a beautiful sight. Xianxia was not in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he changed his hand seals in front of him, and the Tusita peak immediately flew out. Amidst the golden light that filled the sky, a shadow streaked across and smashed toward the jade coffin. Arg! It's this profound level weapon Kasaya. Mu Jie's heart skipped a beat as she exclaimed. What, is this profound level weapon very powerful? Mu Zhuang asked. Mu Jie smiled bitterly. In my opinion, this profound level weapon isn't that powerful. It's just that it's very heavy. It's so heavy that I can't understand it. Unable to understand? The people of the Mu clan couldn't understand this sentence. Yitong's mountain-splitting heaven ding was crushed by this mountain peak, Mu Jie said. Ah! At this moment, the people of the Mu clan all exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were wide open, and they were somewhat dumbfounded. Mu Zhuang was also stunned for a moment before he said awkwardly, That's impossible, right? The mountain splitter is the Mu family's most powerful strength-type puppet. It can easily overturn rivers and seas, shift stars, and even an immortal state warrior would find it hard to destroy it. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter who told me. Mu Jie smiled bitterly. This peak is so powerful. Everyone watch carefully. Jingqi's jade coffin has been completely destroyed. You can enjoy his expression later. The people of the MU clan were all skeptical and looked over carefully. Jingqi frowned, but he didn't take it too seriously. Based on his understanding of the jade coffin, it was enough to resist this kind of heavy, profound level weapon. All of a sudden, countless streams of light flashed on the jade coffin, and 3 formations appeared. They rotated one by one, like the center of a knob. The 3 formations glowed with a 9-colored light, which was extremely beautiful. What? Jingqi trembled in fear. What happened? The jade coffin was about to open on its own, and the god-fiend corpse puppet sleeping inside wouldn't come out without his call. Unless he thought of a possibility, and that was that the divine fiend corpse puppet had sensed danger, a danger that was enough to destroy itself. That was why it had awoken to resist the enemy without being summoned. The jade coffin quickly opened under the rotation of the 3 array cores, and a shadow rushed out from it. Just as half of its body left the jade coffin, it welcomed a half-moo of mountain peak with the pressure of Mount Tai. It was only then that Xianxia saw the so-called fiend corpse puppet clearly. Its face was as fair as jade, and it wore a jade crown on its head, looking like a living person. At least, it looked more like a living person than Jingqi, who had turned into a corpse. As soon as the divine fiend corpse puppet came out, it opened its mouth and let out an unpleasant sound. Then, it opened its hands, which were also covered in electric arcs, and formed a seal in front of it. Boom! The divine fiend corpse puppet's hands touched the Tusada heavenly peak, and the lightning in the sky was instantly dispersed. The Tusada heavenly mountain seemed to have stopped for an instant, and the divine fiend corpse puppet was sent flying with a loud cry. Bang! Then, the mountain peak crushed the jade coffin and shattered instantly without any suspense. Ah! Jingqi let out a heart-wrenching scream. White hair grew on his livor mortis and stood up. He screamed again and again, crying as he watched the jade coffin break. The cry made everyone's hair stand on end. They kept retreating to avoid being affected. The fiendish god corpse puppet also showed a painful expression. After being sent flying, its 2 arms were completely broken. It flew back behind Jingqi and also opened its mouth to reveal its fangs. Xianxia was shocked. The fiend corpse puppet could withstand the Tusada heavenly peak's attack, and although it was sent flying, it was fine at the moment, with only 2 arms broken. How strong was its body? Little did he know that the shock in the hearts of the sect masters was far greater than Yunxiao's. They knew a lot about the corpse fiend sect, and they also knew how powerful the fiend corpse puppet was. It was impervious to weapons, water, and fire. For so many years, no one had ever heard of anything that could hurt the fiendish god zombie. But now, it had its hand broken by Yunxiao's mountain, and it was sent flying with just a touch. If it had to withstand the mountain's attack head-on, wouldn't it be crushed to pieces? All the members of the reclusive families felt a chill in their hearts, and many of them even shivered. Ah! Just like the fiendish god corpse puppet, Jingqi made the same sound, which made people's hair stand on end. Even Yunxiao could not help frowning. He held the mountain in his hand and looked vigilant. Walla Walla! Outside the Luofu Island, the giant sea turtle corpse suddenly became violent. It waved its 4 limbs and separated the seawater. The waves formed vortexes under the giant sea turtle's 4 feet, and they whirled with a whooshing sound. An idea suddenly came to Yunxiao's mind. The sea turtle moved extremely slowly, so if Jingqi went crazy and fought with him, he would throw the Tusada heavenly peak at the unmoving forest of returning. He did not believe that the sea turtle would not save him, and if he saved her, then only death would await him. He believed that no one in the world could withstand the Tusada heavenly peak unless they were godly state experts. However, after Jingqi and the fiendish god corpse puppet let out a terrifying cry, they slowly stopped. Their violent auras gradually calmed down. The white hair and livor mortis on Jingqi's body began to degenerate gradually, and he returned to his normal state, a young man with a delicate face. He immediately made a hand seal in front of him. A square array appeared under the hand seal, and a golden coffin slowly emerged. With a flash, the divine fiend and divine phoenix fell asleep in the coffin. The coffin then slowly sank into the void and disappeared. After the whole process, he stood still and stared coldly at Xianxia. The violent killing intent in his eyes gradually calmed down and finally turned clear. The sea turtle corpse also gradually quieted down. It turned back into the shape of an island and quietly stopped on the sea. Xianxia praised him in his heart. This Jingqi is also a man. He can actually wake up from that violent state, and he looked like he was about to go berserk just now. Very good, Jingqi said after staring at him for a while. Xianxia also put away his guard. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air, and the iron plate number 0 fell into his hand. He waved it and said, "Now my lord won't fight with me, right?" Jingqi's face twitched. In order to compete for this meaningless iron metal, he had shattered his jade coffin and damaged his fiendish god corpse puppet. It was a huge loss. He would definitely be able to advance to the next round no matter which number plate he randomly took. Previously, he was just trying to make himself proud, but he didn't expect to shoot a stone in his foot. "Humph," he snorted. Suppressing his anger, Jingqi snorted coldly and flew down. At this moment, everyone had received 1 token, and only the number 6 token was left on the island. He reached out his 5 fingers and grabbed it. The other martial artist with number 6 face changed greatly. Although Jingqi seemed to have suffered a loss in the battle just now, he would rather face Xianxia than Jingqi. He had made up his mind to admit defeat later, so as to avoid being killed in a hurry. After all, there was still a 2 out of 9 competition. He still had a chance to preserve his strength. Qin Fei glanced at the crowd and said, "Did everyone get their own number plate? Now, show them all, and we'll begin the martial arts competition." Everyone spread out their hands and showed the number on their iron plates. Only Li Yunxiao, number 0, had been automatically promoted without fighting. The metal plate in Zhao Ritian's hand had also changed to number 8. He had forcefully swapped it with the other unlucky fellow. "Everyone, leave the Luofu Island. Number 1 will enter the arena for the martial arts duel." Qin Fei said loudly. The huge water screen in the sky also changed, and a new battle schedule appeared. The group flew off the island, leaving only 2 people on the island. One of them was Xiao Hong. The other martial artist's expression suddenly changed, and he was at a loss whether to fight or not. He wanted to take the risk, but the scene of Xianxia being blown to pieces was still vivid in his mind, which made him shudder. Little Red immediately made a gesture of invitation and said, "Let's start. Please advise me." The martial artist's face twitched. After an extreme struggle in his heart, he finally let out a sigh and said, "There's no need to fight. I admit defeat." "Admit defeat? Why?" Xiao Hong was stunned for a moment, then immediately became alert and said, "You're lying to me, right? Someone has tried to use trickery to win before." That cultivator's face was gloomy as he innocently said, "You think I want to admit defeat? You can think whatever you want." She turned around and flew away angrily. "All strategies can be used in the martial arts competition," said Qin Fei. "However, if you admit defeat, you'll really lose." The Jade Drop Sex Xiao Hong wins and advances to the top 12. The other party surrendered without even fighting. Although this result was a little unexpected, it was still within expectations. It did not cause much of a reaction. The following few martial arts duels were not too intense, and the victor was quickly decided. Ao Wuxin, Jing Qi, and Cheng Qingxi's opponents all admitted defeat. Even Wu Deshang's opponent also admitted defeat on the spot, as if he wanted to save his strength to fight for the chance to advance to 2 out of 9. In the mobile phone, Mu Zhuang asked with concern, "What do you think of Jing Qi in the battle just now, young Master Yun? Are you confident in suppressing him?" Yunxiao came back to his senses. This was the first time he had performed the 3-in-1 seal, and its power was beyond his imagination. He had also gained some new insights, so he had been pondering over it in detail after the battle. Only when Mu Zhuang asked did he come back to his senses and said, "It's just a warm-up match. We haven't fought each other yet, so it's hard to say who will win or lose. However, I already have a rough idea of his true strength. Even if I can't win, I won't lose." Mu Zhuang laughed. "Haha. You even crushed his Chaos Jade coffin and you say it's just a warm-up? If Jing Qi, that old thief, heard it, he would be so angry that he would die on the spot. Mu Jie was also gloating. She laughed and said, "Young Master Yun, as long as you have the sword that killed the sea devil monkey in your hand, Jing Qi will not dare to fight you. But you're indeed a bit ruthless here. That's Corpse Fiend Sex Chaos Jade Coffin. TSK. Chaos Jade Coffin? Is that coffin very strange?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "What's so special about it?" "It's more than just strange," Mu Zhuang replied. "This coffin could be said to be the #1 treasure of the Corpse Fiend sect, aside from the Divine Fiend Corpse Puppet. It was said that it was made of Chaos Jade so it could nourish zombies. If Corpse Fiend sect couldn't find a replacement corpse-raising coffin after losing this item, it would be a huge problem. The golden coffin he just summoned is a substitute, but it's far inferior to the Chaos Jade coffin." "That's right. If the fiendish god corpse puppet didn't have the Chaos Jade coffin to support it, its strength would have continued to decline." Mu Jie was also delighted. "The Corpse Fiend sect will also come to an end." "Haha. I'm afraid that Jing Qi wants to die this time." Mu Zhuang laughed. He was in a good mood and said, "Even if we give him the true dragon's secret treasure, we might not be able to make up for the loss. Young Master Yun, you've really done a great deed, haha." Yun Xiao was shocked when he heard that. He smiled wryly and said, "Your so-called good thing, in my opinion, is a complete trap. I didn't expect the coffin to be so important. It seems that Jing Qi will not let me off until I die. That's for sure. So if there's a chance, don't hold back." The smile in Mu Zhuang's eyes didn't fade. "He provoked me first this time," Yun Xiao said. "If he continues to be stubborn, I will not let him off easily." Although he was a little depressed that he had inadvertently made a deadly enemy after a simple fight, he was not a person who was afraid of trouble. If the other party did not know what was good for him, he could let everyone in the Divine Realm tablet come out and fight together, and the entire Corpse Fiend sect could be destroyed. After thinking it through, he had nothing to worry about and began to watch the martial arts on the Luofu Island. It was Zhao Ritian. He had snatched someone else's iron token and was the 8th to go up. He carried an iron sword on his back and had an overbearing aura. The Burning Moon sect? Zhao Ritian frowned when he saw the other party's scholarly and soft appearance. He vaguely remembered that the other party was a disciple of the Burning Moon sect. In the distance, Blood Crow Palace's Mi Hong laughed eerily. "Haha, Brother Tian Peng, I think your disciple is going to be in trouble. This Zhao Ritian is not simple. Just this name alone is enough to shock the entire world." Yang Tianpeng, the leader of the Burning Moon sect, snorted. "The martial arts competition is about cultivation, battle strength, and intelligence, not names. Even in terms of name, my disciple wouldn't be too bad." "Oh, that disciple of yours looks a little unfamiliar. What's his name?" Mei Hong was astonished. Yang Tianpeng did not reply. The disciple on the island smiled and flicked the dust off his robe. "Hee. You just have to remember that my name is Yap Liangchen." "So what if you're Yap Liangchen?" Zhao Ritian frowned and snorted. "I, Zhao Ritian, am not convinced. If you think you have the strength to play with me, Liangchen, I don't mind playing with you to the end." The disciple smiled and said with confidence. "Liangchen loves to fight those who think they are outstanding." Zhao Ritian sneered. "I don't know who's the one who thinks so. The martial arts competition should be decided by strength. It's not about shooting empty cannons with your mouth. Hee. I'll let you understand that Liangchen never speaks empty words," the disciple said calmly. "If you don't say empty words, then let's fight." The long sword on Zhao Ritian's back was released, and he immediately flew into the sky. His hands kept making hand seals, and the sword became huge, slashing down. Boom! Yap Liangchen's body flashed and he retreated 10 meters away. The huge sword hit where he was standing and created a huge crack on the ground. The entire island shook. The giant sword's chi waves poured out in all directions. As soon as Yap Liangchen landed on the ground, the wave of sword chi swept over and hit him, forcing him back for another 100 feet. The broken stones on both sides were constantly shaken into the sky by the sword wave. The sky was filled with stones like catkins flying in the air. Zhao Ritian landed on the giant sword and stood up straight. He crossed his arms in front of him and laughed. Yi Liangqin is nothing. Yap Liangqin was furious and threatened. You can do whatever you want. But I'm telling you, don't force me to use my trump card. I have at least 100 ways to deal with you, and you can't do anything about it. I'm really fucking a dog. Zhao Ritian cursed and charged forward. The giant sword flew out from the ground and grew to 3 feet in size. He grabbed it in his hand and slashed it down. His swordsmanship was bold, fierce, and domineering. He was extremely powerful, or else he would not have been able to get the numbered metal plate. The sword chi fell like rain and covered Yap Liangqin completely. The area within a radius of several zhang was covered in sword energy, and the flying stones were instantly shattered. Yap Liangqin had no other way out. He had to block the attack with his sword. A bright sword flew out of his hand and moved through the gaps of the sword energy. You still have some skills. Zhao Ritian sneered. But tricks are tricks, and they're useless against my sword art. He took a step back and held his sword in front of his chest, blocking Yap's attack. Dang! A crisp sword sound was heard. Zhao Ritian formed a hand seal with his left hand and pointed at the sword. Immediately, a violent sword force pressed down. Yap Liangqin's sword bent as if there was a mountain pressing on his arm. He could not bear it. Yap Liangqin was shocked. He wanted to pull his sword back, but he found that his sword was stuck by a strong force. He could not move forward or backward. He could only let the sword attack him. The space around his body was also deformed by the sword momentum, and he was almost unable to move. His feet sank into the ground and the ground cracked. Die! Die! Zhao Ritian shouted, killing intent flashing in his eyes. His sword momentum was like a mountain collapsing. Boom! The ground that Yap Liangqin was standing on shattered and blood splattered in the air. He was sent flying. Clang! Zhao Ritian brandished his sword and attacked again. Everyone understood the principle of taking advantage of his weakness to kill him, especially in this kind of life-and-death battle. The huge sword turned into a sea of swords, and the layers of swords crashed down like hailstones. Yap Liangqin's pupils shrunk. He did not know if it was because of the blood loss or the fear on his face. He quickly said, "Sir, please stop. One must know the times. If you give up now, I'll definitely reward you heavily in the future. I'm just sending you to heaven. No need to thank me. Go." Zhao Ritian shouted, and the sword will of hailstones smashed down. Boom! 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 The ground was constantly cracked by the sword. Yap Liangqin waved his sword in front of him to protect himself, but he could not withstand such a domineering sword power and was finally broken. He spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body kept retreating. He was already trembling. Don't go too far. Zhao Ritian did not bother to answer him. He flew up and swung his sword again. Yap Liangqin was shocked and jumped up, trying to escape. However, the momentum of the sword was obviously faster than his body technique. He was cut on the spot and blood spurted out again. His whole body shot into the sea along with the sword chi. Voila, the seawater was also split open, and a faint blood-red color could be seen. Liangqin! Yang Tianpeng let out a miserable cry and jumped into the sea, stepping on the waves. Zhao Ritian's sword chi also cut into the sea, stirring up endless waves in the sky. Yap Liangqin was nowhere to be seen. Humph! You're talking so much nonsense with me. So what if you're Yap Liangqin? Please remember that my name is Zhao Ritian. You don't have to thank me on the road to the west. Zhao Ritian said ruthlessly. He put the sword on his back and turned to Yu Qinfei. Lord, please give your judgment. Yap Liangqin is dead. Liangqin, Liangqin. Yang Tianpeng was still standing on the sea, calling out anxiously. The disciples of the burning moon sect all landed and dove into the sea to search. Qin Fei frowned slightly and said with some difficulty, Yap Liangqin is missing. We don't know if he is still alive. If he doesn't come out in an hour, Zhao Ritian will win. As the rules of the competition were either death or surrender, or the sect leader surrendered, it was not easy to make a judgment now that Yi Liangchen was missing. Therefore, Qin Fei had given them an hour of buffer time. Unfortunately, Yap Liangchen did not come up again. Yang Tianpeng and the disciples of the Burning Moon sect searched the nearby waters for a long time, but they couldn't find him. Most likely, he was killed by the sword Qi and sank to the bottom of the sea, then eaten by some sea beast. After the battle between Zhao Ritian and Yap Liangchen, there was another earth-shattering battle. One of them was Hu Yugong, who had previously won by using a trick. This time, he had fought openly, and he had won by a narrow margin after exchanging thousands of moves. "Ha! Thanks for letting me win." Hu Yugong was overjoyed after his victory. He flew into the sky and began to recuperate under the protection of the sect. The martial artist and sect member who had been defeated by him earlier looked on with a cold expression. If Hu Yugong had not been so treacherous, they would most likely be in the top 10 now. Qin Fei stretched out his hand and stroked the air, and the names on the water screen became clear. The 10 people were Yunxiao, Xiaohong, Ao Wuxin, Jingqi, Cheng Qingxi, Zhao Ritian, Wu Deshang, Hu Yugong, Zhang Haoge of the Pil Sun sect, and Tu Yunpeng of the Blood Crow sect. The next round was supposed to be 2 out of 9, but Yi Liangchen from the Burning Moon sect is dead. Now it's 2 out of 8. We'll draw again. Qin Fei once again took out a crystal ball and threw it into the sky. It exploded into 8 small balls and scattered. 8 figures then flew into the sky. Out of the 8, only 4 were in good physical condition, and they had directly admitted defeat in the battle of the top 10. The other 4 who were defeated all had ugly faces. They knew it would be hard to win. After several battles, the final 2 spots were decided. They were Biyu Yongyuan, a disciple of Star Valley, and Shenyang Miao, a disciple of White Crane Dock. The 2 of them were covered in blood, and they were constantly using medicine to stop their injuries. However, they could not hide the joy on their faces. As long as they entered the top 12, the sect would have great benefits in the quota of the Langya Immortal Realm and the secret treasure of the True Dragon. Their status and benefits in the sect would also be greatly improved. Mu Zhuang turned his gaze to the 4 major sects that were on good terms with the Mu clan. Chai Jun of the Pil Sun sect and Mei Hong of the Blood Crow sect were all beaming with joy as they talked and laughed. On the other hand, the 2 people from the Burning Moon sect and the Flying Dragon sect had gloomy expressions. Not only had they lost the martial arts competition, but their disciples had also died. Not only had they died, but their disciples' corpses had also disappeared. "Don't be depressed," he consoled. As a martial artist, from the moment they stepped onto the path of martial arts, they could die at any time. Can only mean that their fate is not good and that they don't have enough opportunities. Yang Tianpeng and Tang Jie both heaved a long sigh. They could only comfort themselves like this. The entire round of 12 competition lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. This time passed in a flash for everyone. Besides, they had gained great benefits through Yunxiao's advancement, so everyone felt that they had not come in vain. At this moment, 12 names were clearly displayed on the water curtain in the sky, but 2 of them were Li Yunxiao, which looked a little strange. "The top 12 have been decided," said Qin Fei. "All sect members stay behind. The rest of you can leave on your own." The crowd was puzzled, and the itinerant martial artists were even more confused and dissatisfied. One of them said, "Are we not allowed to watch the most exciting battle of the top 12? He's never been this overbearing before." Qin Fei laughed. "It's not that I don't allow you to watch the battle. It's just that the situation this time is very special. It involves some secrets of our hidden sections. I'm sorry I can't reveal them." This explanation made everyone even more dissatisfied. One of them complained, "Why? You're considered reclusive during the martial arts battle between the reclusive families, but aren't us rogue cultivators considered reclusive? I've been living in seclusion in the North Sea for almost 200 years, and I've watched every martial arts competition from the beginning to the end. I've never seen anything like this before." Another person also shouted. However, the 3 of them didn't want to explain any further, so they started to set up their formation on the island. At a glance, Xianxia knew that the three men had set up a medium-sized teleportation array. With the array disk, it was not complicated to set it up. All the wandering cultivators did not leave either. They continued to watch coldly and grumbled. After a few hours, the medium teleportation formation was completed. It covered an area of several mu and could teleport more than 1,000 people at a time. Moreover, it was a directional teleportation formation that could only go to one place, which saved a lot of materials and energy. Everyone was suspicious. Could it be that the top 12 martial arts competition grounds had to go through this transmission channel? It was so mysterious. Where did the other end lead to? Xianxia said, "I've made everyone wait for a long time. The other end of this teleportation array is the martial arts competition grounds of the top 12. Please enter the array." The sky was completely silent, and no one moved. Only the sounds of whispering and whispering could be heard. In Huey's voice came from within the Jade Drop sect. "If I may ask, what is the other end of this formation?" "You'll know when you get there," Xianxia simply said. This answer was obviously not satisfactory, and Zhu Tianhan's voice rang out coldly. "Humph, if the other side is some kind of danger zone, then the entire hidden sect will be finished." The voices of suspicion in the sky became even louder. All the sects were worried about this. The changes made by the natural mode ocean this time were really confusing, and now they were going to be teleported to another place. It was inevitable that they would be worried. Xianxia laughed. "What good would it do to the natural mode ocean if we bury everyone? Moreover, with everyone's strength, if you join hands, where in this world can you trap everyone? If you don't believe me, you can choose not to come." Mu Zhuang said, with Lord Xianxia's arrogance. "If we really don't go, Lord won't be able to report back, right? At the very least, you have to tell us some clues about the other end of the teleportation formation." "I'm sorry, Lord Mu Zhuang." Xianxia shook his head. "If you really tell me, I won't be able to report back. If that's the case, how can we convince the masses?" Mu Zhuang snorted. "Hee." From the Fuyao Palace's leaf-shaped warship came Biue's bashful laughter. "A large group of men who are afraid of death to this extent. If they're not going, then let's just go as the Fuyao Palace. That way we'll be able to secure first place." The battleship flickered in the sky for a few moments before rapidly shrinking. In the end, it revealed more than 10 people, all of whom were women. The two leading them were Bai Yueshan and Chang Qingxi. The starship fell into Bai Yuyan's hands. She carefully put it away, glanced at the sky with ridicule, and then led everyone into the array. "Thank you, my lords," Chang Qingxi said with a smile. "I wonder if the first one to go to the battlefield will be rewarded?" Xianxia stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Lady Nanxiu is on the other side. You can go and ask for your reward from her. However, the sect that goes first can go and understand the environment first, which will be of great help to win the martial arts contest." A dozen or so women from the Fuyao Palace stood within the several mu-wide teleportation formation, appearing to be quite sparse. Wang Yangyu and Wang Tianlu started to cast spells to activate the formation. A powerful spatial energy began to spread out, spinning in the air above the formation. The figures of the Fuyao Palace disciples gradually blurred, and finally disappeared. Xianxia said, "As for the rest of you, feel free to leave or stay. This teleportation formation is a temporary one. Can only be used for a limited number of times. Once the formation is damaged, there's no need to go." "Let's go," Xianxia said. Mu Zhuang's expression froze and he looked hesitant. "Young Master Yun, aren't you afraid that the natural mode ocean will set a trap for us?" Mu Yu asked. "Although it usually doesn't, this kind of random teleportation is too strange." "What Xianxia said just now is right," Xianxia said with a smile. "If all of you here join hands, there will be no danger zone in the world. Furthermore, there's no mistaking that this formation is a one-way teleportation formation. We've already gone to the Fuyao Palace, so what are we afraid of?" "Young Master Yun is right. Let's go," Mu Zhuang said. The entire mobile mechanism came to life and flew into the array from the sky. Xianxia frowned. "Lord Mu Zhuang, please put away this profound-level weapon." It'll definitely consume several times the primordial stones to teleport such a large object. It'll also damage the formation. Mu Zhuang's voice came from the mobile phone. What does it matter to me if the primordial stones are consumed and the formation is damaged? As long as my Mu clan is teleported over, it doesn't matter even if the formation is destroyed. Isn't your excellency's words too selfish? Qin Fei said. Mu Zhuang snorted coldly. My lords, the Heavenly Chasm sect sent you here to serve the martial arts competition. In other words, you're here to serve everyone. We didn't want you to cause trouble for everyone. We can leave however we want. If you're so capable, remove the teleportation array and don't teleport us. The three of them, hee. All the warriors in the sky were sweating. Only the MU family's leader dared to talk to people from the natural moat cliff like that. If it was anyone else, they would have been chased away. The three men from the natural moat ocean looked a bit upset, but they really didn't dare to deactivate the teleportation formation, and they didn't dare to do anything to the MU family. Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed amazing. I wish you success, Qin Fei said coldly. His face was filled with anger, but he couldn't show it. The three of them violently activated the teleportation array. The entire space trembled violently, and the moving machine shook violently. Humph. Do you think this little trick can stump my Mu family? Activate the stabilization mode. Mu Zhuang's sneer could be heard. The mobile machine was covered in a layer of red light and suddenly became quiet. It was completely unaffected by the spatial turbulence and then gradually disappeared into the sky above the array. The faces of the three men from the natural moat ocean were extremely unsightly, and they could almost feel the violent elemental energy flowing through their bodies. Haha, that's Mu Zhuang's character. My lords, please don't take it to heart. Boom! The battleship of the Blue Sky sect also fell, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. Qin Fei's expression turned even uglier as he said coldly, "Yin Hui, are you going to try a tyrannical one too?" Yin Hui laughed. The natural mode ocean is all about fairness and justice. If the MU clan can do it, why can't the Bai Luo sect? Otherwise, where is the fairness? If that's the case, Wang Yangyu said coldly, the three of us will only be responsible for the teleportation. If the formation collapses, it's none of our business. That's right, Qin Fei nodded. The three of them were expressionless. They immediately activated the array and teleported the battleship away. Seeing that the Fuyao Palace, Mu clan, and Bai Luo sect had all left, the crowd did not hesitate any longer and flew towards the formation. All sorts of teleportation lights flashed non-stop as a large number of sects were teleported away. Qin Fei saw Jing Qi, who was standing coldly at the side, and said, "Could it be that Lord Jing Qi is going to take the motionless forest with him?" Jing Qi snorted and flew into the formation alone. He was obviously in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to anyone. A few hours later, all the hidden families and sects had been sent away, leaving behind a large number of independent martial artists who stood in the air, extremely dissatisfied. Qin Fei said, "This is the arrangement of the natural moat cliff. It's not something the three of us can decide. Please go back, everyone. If we let you all go, the three of us will be punished." Many parts of the medium-sized teleportation formation had collapsed due to the excessive force. Qin Fei struck out with his palm again, and a sharp astral wind immediately swirled and destroyed the entire teleportation formation. The three of them then turned into flowing lights and left, no longer paying attention to the hundreds of people left in the air. The mobile suit flew through the space tunnel at a slow speed. Because it was in a stable mode, everyone felt as steady as a mountain inside, without any discomfort. The people from the Jade Drop sect have caught up to us. Should we change our mode? Mu Jie looked behind her and asked. No need, let them come forward. If there's danger at the finish line, we can let them go first. The battleships of the Blue Sky sect slowly approached and slowed down a few dozen miles behind the moving machine, as if they were unwilling to catch up. Haha! Even that old Foxing Hui isn't willing to go forward, so let's open up a path in front. Change to speed mode and shake them off. Mu Zhuang laughed. The red glow on the mobile mechanical puppet immediately turned golden. The crowd could only feel a strong tremor, and its speed suddenly increased by several times. In an instant, the distance between them and the J-drop sect was widened, and they disappeared in front of them. Several hours later, he finally flew out of the exit. It was dark outside, and the sky was dotted with a few stars, giving off a weak light. Looking down, it was a huge forest and swamp. "It seems like there are ancient green vine trees below," Wuxia exclaimed. "The ancient green vine tree has gradually gone extinct on the continent," Xianxia said. "It's rare to find one, but it was the most common tree in ancient times, covering at least a third of the heavenly martial continent. This ancient tree is so huge, it must be a space left behind from ancient times." Mu Zhuang said, "Ancient space. The secret treasure of the true dragon. Could this be the location of the true dragon's secret treasure?" Wuxia asked in surprise. "Why did you let us in directly?" Everyone was also puzzled. "Don't think too much about it," Xianxia said. "Since we're here, we'll take things as they are. Didn't Qin Fei say that Nanxiu Yu was also here? I will definitely give everyone an explanation." Mu Zhuang nodded. "This kind of long-distance teleportation will lead to some deviation in the landing point. Let's look around and activate the search mode." A circular formation appeared on the mobile suit, and an extremely low energy spread rapidly, searching for any suspicious points. A disciple hurriedly ran over and gestured in front of Mu Zhuang, as if he was trying to use some kind of secret code. "Young Master Yun, you're not an outsider. Just tell me directly," Mu Zhuang said. "Yes, there are signs of a large number of demonic beasts under these ancient ivy trees, and their strength is unusually strong," the disciple hurriedly said. "Project the atlas over," Wuxia said with a frown. The disciple took out an array disk and cast a seal. A beam of light shot out from the array disk and directly took form in the air. Circles of light illuminated the dense forest below, showing many colorful spots of light. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they revealed shocked expressions. Wuxia also drew in a cold breath and said in shock, What the hell is this place?" Xianxia was also shocked. This was the commonly used spectral detection, which would reveal itself in the form of light spots when it encountered a powerful living being. The red dots represented beings above the 9th rank. Gulp! Wuxia swallowed with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, "There are hundreds of level 9 and above demonic beasts." Xiao's pupils constricted. So far, there were more than 30 red spots in this small area, and there were countless other colors. And the area of the forest and swamp in front of him was infinite. Mu Zhuang was also completely stunned as he muttered, "According to this ratio, it's definitely not just 100, but thousands of swan and I." "Ha ha ha!" Wuxia suddenly burst out laughing and said, "It's broken. The instrument must be broken. Ha ha! Tens of thousands of 9th-order monster beasts. Ha ha! I'm afraid this scene only happened in the ancient times, where true spirits were everywhere." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire warship fell silent. The space left behind by the ancient swan and I, the secret treasure of the true dragon. The swan and I, everyone seemed to have thought of something, and their faces turned pale. Suddenly, Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he stared at the projected light screen and said, "Look, the light is disappearing." Everyone looked over in a hurry. Those 7-colored spots of light were indeed decreasing at an extremely fast speed. "Ha-ha! Didn't I say that the instrument is broken?" Wuxia was stunned for a moment before she laughed. He turned around and glared at the disciple, shouting, "What are you guys doing?" He didn't even know that such an important instrument was broken. "We'll deal with him after we return to the MU family." The disciple trembled in fear and stammered for a while, unable to say anything. The device was clearly not broken. They had checked all the components of the mobile engine one by one before they set off, and there was no problem at all. However, the signs on the spectrum could not be explained. The only explanation was that the instrument was broken. "We can't let this go easily," Mu Zhuang said in a low voice. The disciple's face turned ashen. He knew that he was done for after such a major incident. The rest of his life would be ruined. Yunxiao stared at the light spectrum projection for a while, and the light spots on it were almost all gone. That's normal. Even if it's an ancient remnant space, it should be completely dead after so many years, Wuxia said. Wait here, Xianxia suddenly said. I'll go down and have a look. What? Everyone was taken aback. Wuxia hurriedly said, Young Master Yun, you mustn't. This place is too strange. You must not take the risk. Didn't you just say that all the demon beasts should be dead? Lord who? Xianxia laughed. I thought you said that all the demon beasts should be dead. Besides, the light spectrum doesn't show any powerful life forms. So what are you afraid of? This Zhenjin. Mu Yu did not know what to say and looked at Mu Zhuang in a daze. Since young Master Yun wants to go down, be careful. Mu Zhuang did not seem to object. Don't worry, Xianxia said. Even if there are true spirits down there, they can't stop me. He jumped down and entered the dense forest in a few flashes. The forest exuded a strong ancient aura, which strongly affected the divine sense, making everything inside blurry. After entering it, Xianxia frowned. The ancient aura contained a strange aura that flowed in the air. After all, this was an ancient space. For safety's sake, he put on the devil sky silk. Immediately, the devil chi rolled and isolated all kinds of abnormal forces. Then they began to shuttle through the forest. These ancient green vine trees were shockingly huge. Each of them was like a castle, and their leaves and branches extended for several li, crisscrossing each other and making them indistinguishable. Under the tree was a swamp that had been formed by countless fallen leaves over thousands of years, constantly bubbling. This feeling... Xianxia stopped on a branch of an ancient tree, which looked like flat ground. His expression was solemn as he closed his eyes to sense the aura in the air. Then, his eyes shot out a sharp light and he said, It's indeed demonic chi, and it's unusually chaotic and wild. It's really an ancient demonic beast, as if it had just left. But how is this possible? There was no way to explain the phenomenon at the moment, but Xianxia knew that the MU family spectrum detector was not wrong. There were indeed countless demon beasts just now, but they had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Could it be an illusionary figure projected from afar? In such a strange environment, it was not strange for a mirage to appear, but what was with the demonic energy? The mirage is a projection of light. That was a spatial projection. Mu Lingdi's voice rang out in his mind. Lord Mu Di, Xianxia said, surprised and delighted. Have you completed the fusion? After making the divine steel, the Lingmu flute had been merging with the new body and had entered seclusion. It's not complete. Lingmu Di's voice came. But I can sense your current situation. You're outside the land of myriad spirits. Land of 10,000 spirits? What is that place? Xianxia was surprised. Lingmu Di was the leader of the North region in the past, so he must know a lot. It's an ancient space where many real spirits are buried, Lingmu Di said. Back then, we called it the land of 10,000 spirits, an independent existence from the realm of heavenly martial arts. Back then, I tried many ways to get in, but none of them worked. Could it be that you found a way? He asked after a moment of silence. Xianxia briefly told him what had happened and said, Could that land of 10,000 spirits be the secret treasure of the true dragon? I don't know if it's the secret treasure of the true dragon, Lingmu Di said, but the land of 10,000 spirits is indeed the key to time and space. We may be able to find the answer from the broken history. A chasm in history? What history are you talking about, my lord? Xianxia asked in confusion. What history are you talking about? In ancient times, this land was ruled by true spirits, Lingmu Di said. After that, the powerful true spirits were all exterminated, and this ushered in the era of human rule. For countless years, humans had always found it strange how those powerful existences had fallen. Ancient true dragons were born from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, condensed from the power of the world, and are almost undying. They also disappeared from heaven and earth, leaving only legends. This part of history is indeed a mystery, Xianxia said. But it's too long ago, so I'm afraid it's difficult to find it. I think there must be some clues in the land of 10,000 spirits, said Lingmu Di. But unfortunately, We can't find the correct coordinates. The place you are in right now is the outside world of the land of 10,000 spirits. If you are lucky, you can see the spatial projection. There are many demonic beasts and even true spirits that you have never seen before. What? There are still true spirits in that place now. Xianxia was shocked. Are there still true spirits there? That place is independent of the realm of heavenly martial arts, Ling Moody said. You said that it's very likely to be the true dragon's domain. This speculation makes a lot of sense. If that's the case, then what's so strange about a true spirit with rank 10 laws intact? So, the opening of the secret treasure of the true dragon is to enter the land of 10,000 spirits, Xianxia said in surprise. That buy-in. I don't know what's going on with the secret treasure of the true dragon, Ling Moody said, but the possibility of entering the land of 10,000 spirits is very low. Back then, I even gathered a few strong masters and tried to leave by tearing the air, but they returned without success. A true dragon domain? No wonder I can't tear it open. Xianxia. Don't worry, Ling Moody said. If that's really the dragon field, you minions won't be able to get in. Back then, he had tried to forcefully tear open space. Naturally, he knew how powerful the dragon realm was. Xianxia was shocked to hear that. It seemed that there were still too many secrets in the heavenly martial realm that he could not come into contact with even with his achievements and height in his previous life. Yu was also listening to their conversation quietly. He suddenly said, if the land of 10,000 spirits is always sealed, then the secret treasure of the true dragon is definitely not the land of 10,000 spirits. Don't forget that the tyrant body tempering technique also came from the secret treasure, and the myriad treasure store has even taken out many good things. What the old dragon said makes a lot of sense. No wonder very few people can cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique, Xianxia said. It turns out that this technique is not a human body cultivation technique. But I wonder if this body tempering technique is related to the true dragon avatar? Most likely not, Yu replied. It's hard to cultivate a true dragon avatar without the bloodline of a true dragon. Back then, Lord True Dragon ruled over the world and had countless rare treasures. It's only normal for him to have a few extraordinary cultivation techniques. What about Wu Deshang? Xianxia asked. What's the matter with him? Yu? Ling, can you fucking talk properly? You really don't know how to chat. I'm just pointing out some suspicious points, Xianxia said. You don't have to be so agitated. Yu said angrily. You fucking slapped my face. As a descendant of the true dragon, Laozi had cultivated for countless years, used dragon's secret treasures to refine his body, and obtained the 10th grade dragon blood to refine the strength and defense of Dharmakaya. He's an idiot and extremely lustful. How could he have the speed and attack of a Dharmakaya? How could I not be excited? How could I be balanced? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, almost to the point of roaring. Xianxia did not bother to talk to him, so he cut off the connection with him. After taking out a space locator and recording the coordinates of the place, he flew out of the ancient green vine forest and returned to the mobile engine. How is it? Wuxia immediately came up to him and asked hurriedly. Nothing happened, but there are indeed many auras of demon beasts, Xianxia said. The spectrometer should not be broken, but I don't know why there are no demon beasts. How is this possible? Wuxia was stunned. Mu Zhuang seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed. There's only a chaotic aura and no demonic beasts. Could it be that what we detected earlier was a spatial projection? Xianxia was a little surprised. The Mu family was indeed extraordinary, as he could figure out the key point in an instant. However, he still pretended to be puzzled. After chatting for a while, he left it at that. The disciple of the Mu family, on the other hand, was very grateful. Xianxia's words had absolved him of his crime. The mobile suit flew in the air for an hour, and there were no more demon beast spots in the detection light. The sky was starting to light up, and finally, they found the gathering point of the natural moat cliff at dawn. It was a huge 9th grade battleship. It was as large as a mountain and had a strange shape. The wide deck extended out limitlessly like a huge piece of land in the sky. The The warship was constantly sending out weak signals, radiating to the surroundings so that people could sense it. The mobile mechanical suit accelerated and flew away. It bent its body and legs in the air and jumped into the air, landing on the deck. There was a loud boom, but the entire warship did not move at all. "Haha, it's Lord Mu Zhuang and young Master Yunxiao. You're very welcome." Nanxiu Yu's voice was loud and clear, and everyone on the warship heard it clearly. They all stopped talking and looked over. Many other sects had already arrived before the MU family, and some of the lucky ones were directly teleported to the vicinity of the natural moat cliff. "Lady Nanxiu Yu, you don't have to be so polite." Mu Zhuang's voice was heard. Nanxiu Yu's figure appeared under the mobile, and she looked up. "Lord Mu Zhuang, please put away this puppet. This battleship has a limit to its capacity and I'm afraid it will collapse. If it collapses, my Mu family will pay for it," Mu Zhuang said. "What?" Nanxiu Yu was speechless. If everyone brings their own battleship, how can the battleship withstand it? Mu Zhuang said, "You're being too humble, my lord. This is the best battleship in the Sky Mode Ocean. It's called the Back of the Earth. It seems like it can be enlarged by several times. It won't be a problem for it to withstand 100 of these machines." No matter how good-tempered Nanxiu Yu was, she finally lost her temper and said coldly, "Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed knowledgeable to know so much about the back of the earth. I wonder if Lord knows anything about this old man? This old man's temper is very bad." "Haha. Darren's temper has always been very good, and he's very humorous." Mu Zhuang laughed loudly and gave Mu Yu a look, indicating for her to put away her mobile phone. He could ignore Qin Fei and the other two, but he did not dare to ignore Nanxiu Yu. Together with Yunxiao, the people of the MU family flew out of the chariot. There were 30 or 40 of them, and all of them landed on the deck. Mu Jie flew around the mobile phone and patted a few parts of it before she kept it in her pocket. Only then did Nanxiu Yu return to her usual good-natured self and greeted him with a smile. "It's been many years since we last met, but you're still as elegant as ever, Sir Mu Zhuang." Mu Zhuang laughed. "Haha, that's my lord. I haven't seen you for many years. I've missed you." The two of them were like old friends, very warm and intimate. Nanxiu Yu turned to the side and smiled. "I didn't expect young Master Yunxiao to come here and become the MU family's son-in-law. It's truly a cause for celebration. I wish the two of you to be united forever and be together for 100 years." Not far away, Mu Wanshan's face instantly turned red. He lowered his head and fiddled with the corner of his clothes. A complicated look flashed in his eyes, as if he had a lot on his mind. Yunxiao yawned and said lazily, "Lady Nanxiu Yu is in good health. She's running around all day. Not long ago, she went to Wuxian in the western regions and now she's in this godforsaken place. She's very energetic." Nanxiu Yu knew that Yunxiao was blaming him for not being able to save Huang Fubai in the sky last time, so she smiled awkwardly and played dumb. "Ha, really? Ha ha ha." Yunxiao cursed in his heart. "Ha, your sister." However, he still laughed with a fake smile on his face, meaning, you know. Nanxiu Yu quickly turned her face away and gestured to Yunxiao. "I don't understand. You two knew each other before?" Mu Zhuang was shocked. Nanxiu Yu took the opportunity to get off the stage and said with a smile, "Haha, who doesn't know young Master Yunxiao? Come, please come in." The group followed him into the ship's cabin. It was as wide as a palace, with huge stone pillars that were 7 or 8 feet tall. It was completely impossible to tell that they were in a battleship. Compared to an ordinary palace, it was much more majestic. But only Yunxiao and a few high-level martial sovereigns from the MU family came in. The rest of the people were stopped by a force in front of the door, and they were all stunned. A martial artist in front of the door crossed his arms and leaned against the beam, saying, "Inside is the place where the lords discuss matters. You goons don't need to go in. Just find a place to stay." He looked up at the sky and didn't even look at these people. He acted as if they didn't exist, and his contempt was unbridled. Everyone was furious. At the same time, they felt the mocking gazes of the people around them. Those people were also from other sects, and they were the underlings who had been stopped. Mu Zhuang said from inside. We'll do as this lord says, you can all wait. You can't blame others for your own lack of strength. The people of the Mu clan who were stopped outside lowered their heads in shame and said, yes. At the same time, he felt a wave of humiliation in his heart. He secretly made up his mind to work hard in cultivation and make a name for himself. Reality was cruel. When you were weak, the whole world was cold. Once you had strength, the whole world would be pleasant. Therefore, no one had any complaints. They all secretly made up their minds to work hard. There were more than 40 chairs in the hall, and more than 10 people were already sitting on them. There were also many people standing behind them. When everyone saw the arrival of the Mu family, they all hurriedly stood up to welcome them. But there were still some who sat still and were completely disdainful. Xianxia noticed that a beautiful woman in a palace dress was sitting in the chair in the front row with a veil over her face, looking very quiet. Bai Yueshan, Cheng Qingxi, and a few elders of the Fuyao Palace were all sitting around the woman. It was the Fuyao Palace Lord Wei Shishir, but her face was covered with a blue veil, so her face could not be seen clearly. Mu Zhuang greeted the crowd one by one. In the end, his cold eyes fell on Wei Shishir. With a cold smile, he strode forward and sat down directly in front of Wei Shishir. Lord Shishir, long time no see, you've gained a lot of weight. It seems that the feng shui of Thousand Leaves Island is good. You'll be fat if you're wide. The Fuyao Palace women were all stunned, and killing intent filled the entire hall, their eyes spitting fire. Even Wei Shishir's body trembled as she trembled with anger, her bright eyes shooting out boundless killing intent. What? You don't allow people to talk about how fat you are? Mu Zhuang sneered. You're shameless. Cheng Qingxi cursed. Did you eat your rice? Did he eat your meat? The atmosphere in the hall was extremely tense. In the tense atmosphere, a faint spiritual pressure emerged and turned into circles of light that spread out. What are you guys doing? Nanxiu Yu asked with a headache. You're not giving me any face. He walked forward, and with every step, the aura on his body grew stronger. The spiritual pressure continued to dissipate until the tense atmosphere completely dissipated. The expressions of the people from the two sects changed slightly. A trace of deep fear also flashed through Mu Zhuang and Wei Shishir's eyes. I'm getting old. Nanxiu Yu sighed. My face is becoming less and less valuable. What are you saying, my lord? It's just that we've been apart for a long time, so it's inevitable that we're a little excited. Mu Zhuang quickly replied. Wei Shishir also nodded and said, I was too excited. Nanxiu Yu nodded and said, Everyone, don't forget the purpose of this martial arts competition. It's to obtain greater benefits. It's definitely not to settle personal grudges. Although I, Nanxiu Yu, am not strong enough, I will leave my harsh words here first. Whoever doesn't give me face will have no chance of getting a spot in Langya Heaven and the benefits of the secret treasure of the true dragon. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all became well-behaved immediately, not daring to have any other thoughts. Yunxiao's eyes had been fixed on Wei Shishir since he entered the hall, which made Wei Shishir's hair stand on end. You're so rude. Why do you keep staring at my master? Cheng Qingxi had also noticed Wei Shishir's awkwardness. She stood up and angrily rebuked her, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Yunxiao looked away and said, It's nothing. I've met Xianxia from your sect several times. Now that I've seen her senior sister, I can't help but take a few more glances at her. I'm too excited. When the people of Fuyao Palace heard the words, Xianxia, their expressions changed slightly, and many of them even revealed looks of surprise. Mu Zhuang's expression also changed as he asked in shock, Young Master Yun, you've met Xianxia? I remember that she died more than 10 years ago. How is this possible? It's hard to explain the details in a few words, Yunxiao said. I'll tell you in detail when I have time, my lord. Mu Zhuang thought for a while and nodded. He was getting more and more curious about Yunxiao's identity, so he looked at Mu Jie as if he was asking for advice. And Mu Jie was also confused. Who knows what you're thinking? Cheng Qingxi sneered. What evil intentions you have. What? Yunxiao curled his lips. Only you can be excited, but I can't? Where's the fairness? Xianxia was furious and was about to burst out in anger, but Wei Shirshir stopped her. "Qingxi, don't be rude." Wei Shirshir's beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Yunxiao and said softly, "This one's junior sister Xianxia died 15 years ago. It's rare for you to remember her." "I don't really remember," Yunxiao said, "but an old friend of mine does." "How did she die?" An imperceptible tremble flashed through Wei Shirshir's eyes, and her jade-like fingers seemed to tremble for a moment. She closed her bright eyes, as if she was afraid of being noticed. But her emotional fluctuations could not escape Yunxiao's magical spirit eyes. He found it a little strange that she was most likely related to Xianxia's death. Wei Shirshir closed her eyes and remained silent for a while before she opened them again. Who knows? Maybe she died of illness, or maybe she accidentally fell to her death. There are thousands of ways to die in this world. How would Shirshir know about junior sister's death? Yunxiao. Hee. Ahem. All right. Everyone's been excited. Don't be excited anymore. Seeing that something was amiss, Nanqiu hurriedly tried to smooth things over. He knew a thing or two about the relationship between Yunxiao, Li Huaqi, Xianxia, and Wei Shirshir, and he did not want to be affected by the opening of the secret treasure of the true dragon. "Fortunately, Lady Nanqiu, you reminded me in time," Yunxiao said. "Otherwise, I would have been too excited." Nanqiu's face was full of black lines as she said awkwardly, "It's good that you're not excited. It's good that you're not excited." "Ha ha." Xianxia laughed coldly. "Who's afraid of your agitation? If you have the ability, then come and take a look excitedly." Yunxiao pointed at her and said to Nanqiu, "My lord, she's the one who made me excited. You have to distinguish right from wrong later." Yunxiao and Li Huaqi did not have a good relationship, but they appreciated each other. In his previous life, Li Huaqi owed him a favor. Although he had returned the favor in this life, he had also saved him and all his friends and family in Yanwu. After realizing that Xianxia's death was related to Wei Shirshir, he could not help but feel angry. Now that Xianxia had provoked him, he immediately stepped forward. The 5 fingers on his left hand closed together like a knife and directly chopped down. "Pa!" A figure flashed in front of him and gently patted the back of his hand. The saber chi immediately dispersed, and the primordial energy in the meridians in Yunxiao's arm was blocked and drooped involuntarily. It was Nanqiu who attacked, and she sighed. "Don't get too excited. Young people shouldn't get too excited." At the moment Yunxiao moved, Xianxia also made her move. She was naturally not afraid, so she faced him head-on and fought back instead of retreating. However, she was suppressed by a force and could not move an inch forward. "Master!" she cried out in panic. "Back down!" Wei Shirshir scolded. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force flashed through the air. Xianxia immediately took a few steps back and sat back in her chair, her face full of regret and unwillingness. "Elder Yu Yen, look after her," Wei Shirshir said. "If you mess around again, you'll be sent back to Thousand Leaves Island to be punished, and you won't have to participate in the martial arts competition." "Yes," Baiyu was shocked and quickly said. However, his heart was shocked. The palace master rarely issued such a serious punishment. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Although she still looked unconvinced, she was afraid and dared not get excited anymore. Yunxiao came back to his senses after being patted by Nanqiu, and the anger in his heart gradually dissipated. He snorted lightly, turned around, and sat back down beside Mu Zhuang. "My lord, where is this place?" Mu Zhuang asked. "What about the martial arts and the secret treasures?" "These two matters are the same thing," Nanqiu said. "Let's talk about it when everyone is here." At this time, many small sects and clans arrived, but they were all received by Nanqiu's subordinates, and he did not move himself. Mu Zhuang didn't ask any more questions, and the hall fell silent. No one spoke a word as they waited quietly. Yunxiao no longer stared at Wei Shirshir. Instead, he calmly sat down in a chair with his eyes closed to regulate his breathing. Time passed quickly, and after a few hours, all the sects had gathered. Only high-level martial sovereigns were allowed to enter, so the main hall still appeared spacious. Some small sects only had the sect master who was qualified to enter. Yunxiao frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He found that many people were looking at him, such as Wu Desheng, Jing Qi, Xiao Hong, and even Ao Wuxin, as well as many others. However, the moment he opened his eyes, everyone quickly turned their gazes away, leaving only Xiao Hong to wave and greet him. Yunxiao smiled and winked at Xiao Hong, which amused her. Nanqiu scanned the hall and said, "Everyone's here. Thank you for your hard work." "You've worked hard, my lord," everyone replied in unison. Nanqiu gestured for everyone to be quiet before she said, "I believe everyone has a stomach full of questions, so don't be anxious. Let me explain them one by one. If you still don't understand, you can ask me later. This space is an ancient ruin, and it's the passage to the true dragon's secret treasure." Everyone listened quietly. They had basically guessed it. Some sects must have detected something strange in this passage, such as the aura of a large number of demonic beasts. Nanqiu continued. The expressions of many people from the various sects changed drastically, but even more people were confused. That spatial projection could not be projected all the time. On the contrary, the probability of meeting it was small, and most people did not know the situation. Blood Crow Sex Mi Hong said, "That's right. Those auras all disappeared not long after we detected them. If I'm not wrong, there should be several hundred extraordinary ninth-order beasts among them. I was almost scared to death." "What? Hundreds of ninth-order monster beasts?" The hall was abuzz with discussion. Everyone was nervous, but most of them didn't believe it. Nanqiu smiled. "Everyone, be quiet. There's no need to panic or doubt. Lord Mei Hong's detection was indeed correct. There weren't just a few hundred rank 9 demonic beasts, but thousands of them. In addition, the detection abilities of the battleships back of the Earth are even higher. We've even found quite a few 10th-level true spirits." At this moment, the hall was in an uproar, and all kinds of exclamations and doubts were heard. "Are you joking? Tens of thousands of ninth-order monster beasts and many true spirits. Our sect has also discovered it. We thought that the detector was broken, but it turns out to be true. Hee. If the news is true, would you all still be able to sit here?" With this point, the hall fell silent again, and everyone looked at Nanqiu. "The Lord was right," Nanqiu said with a smile. "Those auras are not local. They're spatial projections. Not only did they project the light and shadow over, but they also projected the auras." "Spatial projection?" Yin Hui frowned. "If that's the case, there really are tens of thousands of ninth-rank beasts and true spirits? Could it be the secret treasure that we're going to?" When he said that, many people's faces changed. "Even if that place isn't in the secret treasure, it's not far away. We haven't found its exact location yet," Nanqiu said. "According to Lord Shishir and I's analysis, the demon beasts we saw were not only spatial projections but also time projections. They were fragments of time and space preserved from ancient times, and I don't know why they have remained here for so long." "An overlapping projection of time and space?" Yunxiao was slightly surprised, and he thought that Nanqiu's analysis was very reasonable. Under the current sky, it was indeed a bit of nonsense to say that there were still many true spirits. It was hard to believe. Even the so-called Dragon Realm, according to Yu, was only a fragment of the Dragon Realm. How could it have the power to trap so many powerful creatures? If it did, it would have escaped long ago. Lingmu Di's analysis of this place was only based on his own speculation. He had never entered and seen it before, so how could he be sure that it really existed? After some careful thought, he also believed Nanqiu's double projection of time and space. If that's the case, the possibility of the true dragon's secret treasure being here is even greater, Mu Zhuang said. "It's not a possibility, as far as I know, there's definitely one. Now, let's talk about the distribution of the secret treasure. I don't want you to kill each other or even destroy the secret treasure by accident." "A distribution plan? Didn't we already agree that we'll use a martial arts duel to decide?" Zhu Tianhan asked. Everyone was also puzzled. "That's right," Nanqiu said. "But the martial arts competition is a distribution method within our hidden sect. Outsiders also have to participate in the distribution. An outsider? Everyone was stunned. As if they had thought of something, their faces all changed. Zhu Tianhan said, "The outsiders that Lady Nanxio you mentioned, could they be from the heavenly martial continent? If that's the case, let's join forces to get rid of them first. Then we won't have to discuss the distribution of the loot." Sir Zhu Tianhan is right. Everyone agreed unanimously. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. They didn't think that outsiders had the right to distribute it to them. Nanxio Yu did not make a sound, only maintaining her smile. When her voice became softer, she said, "The key and method to open the secret treasure of the true dragon are in the hands of that outsider." Only then did the hall fall into absolute silence. Zhu Wuhan furrowed his brows and said, "Can't we? Hasn't the secret treasure always been in the hands of Thousand Leaves Island? If our sect had the key and the method to open it, would we still have the right for you to sit in this hall and discuss?" Wei Shirshir asked. "That was the contract between the ancestors of our sect and that person's ancestor. Our sect would guard the entrance of the secret treasure, and that person would guard the key. Now that person is in trouble. He came to our sect to take out the secret treasure, and I don't know how this matter reached the ears of the Earth cultivators. But they forced me to disclose the secret treasure." Humph. Her tone revealed her extreme dissatisfaction. "Hee. It's very dangerous to open this secret treasure," Nanxio Yu said with a smile. "More people means more insurance. Since that's the case, we'll just let that person have a share." "It's impossible to ask for more," Zhu Tianhan said. "I'll let that person talk to you all himself," Nanxio Yu said. He clapped his hands, and an old man in luxurious clothes walked into the hall. He had silver hair and a white beard, and his face was ruddy. The old man's appearance was extraordinary, and one could tell at a glance that he was a peerless expert. However, some of the cultivators with sharp eyes could see that although this person looked strong, he was actually seriously injured. Yun Xiao chuckled and nodded at the old man. It was just in case. Wan Yiqian also saw him at a glance. After being shocked, he immediately laughed and said, "Ha, Brother Flight, I didn't expect you to be here." "It's really a small world," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "It seems that I'm really fated with you, brother." "Brother, you're here too." "I'm very happy," Wan Yiqian said happily. Everyone's eyes turned to Yun Xiao. They did not expect him to know this man. When Wei Shirshir heard the word, flying, her body trembled slightly, and her eyes flickered with uncertainty. "Let me introduce you," Nanxio Yu said. "I'm sure many of you already know him. This lord is the leader of the Heavenly Martial Continent's Merchant Union, Lord Wan Yiqian, the head of the 10,000 Treasures store." Wan Yiqian strode forward with his head held high, greeting several people in the hall who knew him, and then directly walked to the chair to the right of Nanxio Yu and sat down. This behavior immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied, but the reputation of the 10,000 Treasures Tower in the Hidden Sects was even greater than that of the two Holy Lands. So they all grumbled in a low voice, and no one publicly rebuked. In their opinion, if they offended the Myriad Treasure Tower, some of the sect's material transactions on the continent would be completely destroyed in the future. This was a very serious matter. "I wonder how Mr. Qian would like to split it?" Mu Zhuang asked. "Simple, I'll take half and you guys take the other half," Wan Yiqian said. Voila! The entire hall exploded. Everyone no longer cared about the trade and began to curse. Some people were even more agitated, and their elemental energy flowed out of their bodies. "Are you kidding me? You take half and we'll take half? Are you out of your mind? Humph, so what if he's the leader of the Merchant Union? If you piss us off, leave the key and the method to open it and get lost. I think he's just here to mess around. Is the Merchant Union that bored?" Yun Xiao frowned and fell into deep thought. In the off chance that such a distribution would definitely cause a lot of criticism, it was impossible for an old fox like him to not know that it was most likely to fight for greater benefits. What he was sure of was that these people from the hidden aristocratic families were simple-minded and blindly arrogant. They would definitely not be able to outwit the old fox. Mu Zhuang's face darkened and he said coldly, "Mr. 1000, you must be joking. You want to have half for yourself? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. The key and the way to open it are in my hands, Wan Yiqian said slowly. If I'm not willing, you won't get a single cent. Even so, it's not up to you now. Mu Zhuang scoffed. Wan Yiqian nodded. That's right. That's why I agreed to share half with you. Mu Zhuang. Ing Luo. Humph. Half is too little. Zhu Tianhan suggested. I suggest that we split it according to the number of people. There are a total of 223 people in this hall. You can take one out of the 223. Yes, this is the fairest method. Zhu Tianhan's proposal was immediately met with agreement from everyone, and someone even shouted, if you want to count the number of people, you have to add in the disciples outside the hall. Wan Yiqian sneered in his heart, but his expression remained unchanged. He nodded and said, everyone's words are reasonable. However, I'm not representing myself at this moment. I'm representing the entire Myriad Treasure Tower. He said slowly, the Myriad Treasure Store is spread all over the world. There are more than 9,000 strongholds of various sizes. There are more than 100,000 disciples in total, including some temporary workers and the like. There are at least 500,000 people. The hall immediately fell silent, all sounds gone. Even if all the disciples of these hidden sects were added up, they would only be able to split it evenly with the other party. Ha ha ha. Nanxiu Yu suddenly laughed and said, Lord 1000 is indeed the leader of the Merchant Union. No one can match his calculation method. That half a point is really hard to accept. I hope you can reconsider. Wan Yiqian frowned and said, this secret treasure was left behind by our ancestor. We've already let our ancestor down by giving him half of it. We're too ashamed to face him. Nanxiu Yu Darren's words really put this old man in a difficult position, but Darren's face cannot not be given to Ing Luo. His brows were deeply furrowed, and he looked troubled. Yun Xiao chuckled inwardly and thought, this old fox is really good at pretending, and he's probably laughing in his heart at this moment. Wan Yiqian hesitated for a while and shook his head. No, half is already very little. I must get it. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. Several divine transcendence experts stared at him coldly, and the atmosphere was very stiff. Nanxiu Yu smiled, her thoughts unknown. Sure, you're on good terms with Mr. 1000. You should talk more. 1,000 lords? This kind of distribution is indeed hard to accept. Wei Sure nodded. Wan Yiqian sighed and said, Sigh. It's not that I'm greedy. With the treasures of 10,000 treasures tower, it might not be below this secret treasure. However, Xuanji is facing internal and external troubles now and is in a precarious situation. I need a large number of treasures to recruit experts and restore order in the Merchant Union. I see, it's excusable, Wei Sure said. He didn't speak anymore. In any case, it's impossible to distribute it like this. At most, we'll just destroy the secret manual, and no one will be able to obtain it. Absolute Heaven coldly said. Wan Yiqian's expression changed slightly, and he muttered, how about this? I don't really care about these secret treasures. Over the years, you've cooperated with the Merchant Union a lot, so you should know Myriad Treasure Store's reputation and magnanimity. As long as anyone is willing to help me, not only will I give him half of the secret treasures, but I will also give him a 30% discount on all future business deals with Myriad Treasure Store. Everyone was moved by this condition. Yun Xiao praised in his heart. Nanxiu Yu and Wei Sure are echoing each other. It seems that they're on the same side. The two of them kept trying to make things easier for just in case, and finally, they revealed their purpose. However, this was also the best way for Wan Yiqian. If he could get the help of these hidden sects, it would only be a matter of time before he reorganized the business alliance. Zhu Tianhan laughed heartily. Haha, what if? Your goal is to make us work for you. Wan Yiqian's expression did not change. Businessmen pay attention to harmony when there are benefits. Division when there are no benefits. Yiqian did not force anyone. Every transaction is mutually beneficial and voluntary. Lord Tianhan is also an adult, and a noble sect leader. How can you say such childish words? Humph. Zhu Tianhan snorted in anger. I wonder who Sir's enemy is? Mu Zhuang muttered. The hidden sects didn't know about the changes in the merchant union. Wan Yiqian's conditions were indeed attractive, and everyone listened carefully. Of course he's an expert, Wan Yiqian said. Yun Xiao wanted to laugh when he heard that, and he secretly praised Wan Yiqian for her deep understanding of the hidden sects. If it was Ling Bai and Ding Shan, the latter was still fine, but the former was extremely famous, and they were afraid that these people from the hidden sects would retreat. However, with their pride and arrogance, they would most likely not give a damn about such vague words. As expected, Mu Zhuang said coldly, there aren't many people in the world who can be called experts. My Mu clan can consider this deal. With the Mu family's ability, there's no problem. Wan Yiqian's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Humph. Could it be that your Mu clan wants to keep half of the secret treasure for yourself? Zhu Tianhan snorted in anger, and his expression darkened. That's right, Wei Shirshir said. The Mu family's appetite is too big. My Thousand Leaves Island is also interested in this deal. Yun Xiao was now 100% sure that Wei Shirshir and Wan Yiqian were in the same group. In their subconsciousness, they regarded the other half of the secret treasures as a huge condition. In fact, the other half of the secret treasures was not just a in case at all. Even if they didn't give it up, they couldn't take it. Now that Wei Shirshir was competing with Mu Jie over this condition, everyone's thoughts immediately changed from, do I want it, to, I want it too. An undetectable joy flashed in the depths of Wan Yiqian's eyes. Sure enough, we're also interested. Voices rose and fell, and everyone's emotions were stirred. Nanqiu Yu waved her hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet before saying, whether it's the secret treasure or the preferential treatment for cooperating with the merchant union, I think it's extremely important for every sect. I think it's better for everyone to agree to the 1,000 Lords conditions. Each sect will send 1 or 2 people to follow the 1,000 Lords to reorganize the order of the merchant union, and then we'll share the secret treasure with everyone, and enjoy a 30% discount. Before anyone could respond, Wan Yiqian shook his head like a rattledrum and waved his hand repeatedly. No. If all the hidden sects enjoy the 30% discount, it would be a big loss for the merchant union. We can't let that happen. Yun Xiao was speechless. He thought to himself, this old fox is really the best actor. Now that the merchant union has changed its name, if I can't get it back, then the 30% discount is just empty talk. If I can get it back, I'll do it even if it's 50% or 30% off, let alone 30%. Why is he still acting like a good boy after getting the benefits? With Nanqiu Yu and Wei Shirshir adding fuel to the fire, Ding Shan would be in big trouble if Chen Qian succeeded this time. He also wanted to see how Ding Shan would deal with it. If we can't enjoy the discount to all the sects, it'll definitely cause dissatisfaction. Moreover, this matter concerns the distribution of half of the secret treasures. It'll be difficult to handle. Yun Xiao thought to himself, keep acting, you 3 best actors. Wan Yiqian thought for a while and said, how about this? It's impossible to give a 30% discount to all sections. If everyone is willing to help me, I'll give you a 30% discount for the first 100 billion medial-grade primordial stones that the merchant union deals with you every year. What do you think? This buy-in, I think it's feasible. What do you all think? Nanqiu Yu said after some thought. Yun Xiao was amazed. Wan Yiqian was indeed a business genius, as he had actually come up with such a hunger marketing method. If the 30% discount was allowed, most people would not cherish it. If the limit was set now, it would definitely attract a lot of people to fight for the discount at the beginning of each year. Not only would it dispel everyone's doubts, but it would also greatly increase the trade between the 2 places. The trade with the hidden sects would probably multiply. Wei Shirshir continued to build the stairs and said with a frown, there are so many sects here, but we only have 100 billion medial-grade primordial stones. 1,000 lords are too stingy. How is this the aura of a leader of the merchant union who is as rich as a country? That's right, too stingy. The complaints from below were endless. Our sect's annual transactions with your league have reached tens of billions. At least 10 trillion. What can 100 billion do? The fat monk also shouted, "Our AO family wants 100 billion. You must open a special channel for our AO family." If Chen was overjoyed, the amount of profit would be meaningless to him. However, he had to curb his hunger so that everyone would not be able to eat their fill. "This Xianxia is fine. 300 billion it is. No more," Absolute Heaven coldly replied. "If you want everyone to help you, how can you not bleed a little? We'll give you a discount of at least 3 trillion, or no more." "Yes, yes, yes, 3 trillion. Everyone cheered wildly, extremely excited, as if they had gained a great advantage. Wan Yiqian's expression changed drastically, and she shook her head desperately, but she still refused. Nanxiu laughed. 3 trillion is indeed a bit too much, but 3,000 is too little. Why don't we do this? Everyone, give me some face. How about 1.5 trillion? Isn't this too much, Kasaya?" Wan Yiqian said anxiously. "If there's too much, it'll just mean that I don't have enough face," Nanxiu said. "AI." Wan Yiqian shook his head repeatedly, looking defeated. He said bitterly, "I have to give Lady Nanxiu some face. 15,000 it is, no more primeval stones." He had a determined look on his face as he bit on the bottom line of this quota. With a hua sound, the people below were instantly overjoyed and excited. Even Mu Zhuang and the others were thinking about it. A discount of 1.5 trillion yuan a year was indeed a lot. They had to be the first to trade with the merchant union every year before the other sections. They couldn't let the other sects take advantage of this. Everyone had the same thought, but Yunxiao was speechless. Dealing with Ding Shan was still fine, but with 1,000 schemes, he would definitely lead these people to deal with Ling Bai. At that time, he wouldn't even be able to cry. All right. Nanxiu laughed. "Don't get too excited, everyone. This is an unexpected surprise. Don't forget the important matter at hand. The 1,000 lords have already given up all of the true dragon's secret treasure, so we can distribute it according to our previous plan." Wan Yiqian said, "I'm also very happy to see the secret treasure open in my lifetime. How will the battle of the top 12 be fought?" Yin Hui asked. "Lady Nanxiu, please say something. I'm getting impatient. The martial arts competition for the top 12 is at the entrance of the secret treasure, at the end of this space. Please take a look," Nanxiu said with a smile. He shot out a ray of light in front of the hall, and a water curtain was immediately projected, which was where the back of the battleship's Earth was at the moment. It turned out that while they were arguing, the back of the Earth had already flown very far and arrived in a strange space. At first glance, it was full of clouds, like a fairyland. "We can't get out of this place no matter what," Nanxiu said. "After many days of research, I've discovered that there's a huge formation here. It's filled with endless cycles of life and death. Could it be that even after such a long time you still can't break it?" Mu Zhuang asked. "It's not that it can't be broken, it's just a little troublesome," Nanxiu smiled. "This formation contains 81 formation eyes, which are extremely complicated. If everyone attacks together, it won't take too long to break it." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's attack together," Zhu Tianhan said. "There's no hurry," Nanxiu said. "This secret treasure of the true dragon has been here for God knows how many years. Do you really care about waiting a few more days? I've deliberately left this place behind for the final martial arts competition." Everyone immediately understood. 81 array eyes, Yunxiao said. "Are 12 people going to enter at the same time and decide the outcome by breaking the number of array eyes?" "Young Master Yun is indeed intelligent," Nanxiu said. "I didn't know that young Master Yun would participate in the martial arts competition. You have the advantage in this competition, but the other contestants are at a disadvantage." "What a joke," Yunxiao snorted. "There's a difference in strength. How can you say that you're taking advantage of me? If Darren feels that it's unfair, then let someone else take advantage of it. These 81 formation cores are hidden in the boundless clouds," Nanxiu said with a bitter smile. "It's hard to find them, but young Master Yun's eye technique is unparalleled." "According to what you said, my lord," Yunxiao said, "even if it's an arena martial duel, I'm already at an advantage if my sword is even a little sharper than others. Haha. Young Master Yun, you're really good at making comparisons. Any divine ability, equipment, strategy, background, luck, and so on are all part of one's strength. Nanxiu smiled. There's only strong and weak, victory and defeat, no advantage or disadvantage. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Everyone shook their heads without any objections. Even the weaker contestants were secretly happy. They would most likely be at the bottom in the arena martial arts competition, but by finding the array eye and breaking it, they had a great chance of turning the tables. If that's the case, everyone, follow me out, Nanxiu said. The group of people walked out of the hall and came to the huge deck. There were floating clouds all around, and they could not see the horizon. There were thousands of warriors standing outside the hall. When they saw everyone come out, they immediately rushed over to find their sex. Nanxiu took out 12 tokens and threw them to the crowd. This is a positioning recorder. Wear it on your body and it will record your aura. This way I will know who broke the array eye. He waved his hand again, and a water curtain appeared on the deck. The water was sparkling, and the names of 12 people appeared on it. Nanxiu frowned slightly, as if she had seen something strange about the two Xianxios. She flicked her finger again, and a beam of light shot out. Immediately, a sect appeared on each name, which distinguished the 2-foot Xianxios. The specific rules? Jingqi asked. There are no rules, Nanxiu said. Whoever breaks the most array eyes wins. What if I kill someone? Jingqi's eyes turned cold. Nanxiu glanced at him and said, Try not to kill anyone. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the few weaker cultivators all changed. If you try not to kill anyone, it proves that you can kill. Nanxiu looked at them and chuckled. No need to worry. The token I gave you has an instant teleportation talisman. You can activate it directly, and you'll be teleported to the battleship. Even a peak 9th rank combatant won't be able to stop you. Those who teleport back will be considered to have ended the competition early. Everyone was slightly relieved and carefully looked at the token. As expected, there was a talisman engraved on it, and a small person was drawn on it, indicating that it was teleportation. Apart from Jingqi, the strongest among the 12 was only a peak 9 star, so it would be fine as long as they did not meet Jingqi. If he really encountered them, he would quickly activate the instant teleportation talisman, in case he couldn't escape. After the rules were made clear, the 12 of them immediately charged into the clouds and headed in different directions. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao moved in front of Shenyang Miao, a disciple of White Crane Square, and without saying a word, he took out the Star Destroyer and slashed at him. Shenyang Yang was shocked and immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He cried out, Young Master Yun Xiao, you're so cowardly. One less person to break the array, and I can break a few more array eyes, Yun Xiao said. If you don't escape, you'll die. The slash was not fast, as if it was giving the opponent time. Shenyang Yangzhu also understood, and his expression was ashen. He had fought his way into the top 12 with great difficulty, and he didn't want to be defeated without even breaking a formation core. He wasn't willing to accept this, but his life was more important. In a hurry, he took out the token and activated the formation. A circle of green light immediately surrounded him. As expected, he disappeared under the sword force and teleported back to the deck. The people of White Crane Square didn't look too good, but they didn't dare to say anything. Yun Xiao, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. He was strong enough to suppress the spatial power triggered by the instant teleportation talisman just now. In other words, if he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't be able to escape from his sword. Not long after the other 10 people left, they felt the killing. They stopped not far away and watched, their expressions changing slightly. You're right, Jingqi said. We'll have one less person if we can. With a flash of his body, he charged toward Hu Yugong, who was standing at the side. Ah, Lord Jingqi, please don't. Hu Yugong was shocked. He hurriedly took out his token and tried to teleport. But as soon as the green light covered him, Jingqi's arm broke through the space and directly reached in, crushing his neck. Ka! A series of bone-shattering sounds rang out. Hu Yugong's head drooped down, and his entire body went limp. "Humph!" he snorted. Jing Qi sneered and threw the body back to the deck. "How can such a piece of trash be qualified to compete with me?" "Oh?" Not only were the people on the deck shocked, but they also gasped. The participants were so scared that their faces turned pale. A few of the weaker disciples fled in a hurry, and in a few flashes, they entered the clouds and disappeared. Shenyang Yangzhu was trembling all over. He had previously lamented his bad luck, but now that he saw Hu Yugong's corpse, he felt lucky. The few who did not escape were Yun Xiao, Ao Wuxin, Cheng Qingxi, Wu Deshang, and Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong's face turned pale and his body trembled. He was so scared that he forgot to run. Jing Qi's eyes swept over her. His pupils contracted for a moment, and then he turned away, as if he didn't want to attack her.